And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the final stage in Großlobming, Austria. My name is Grandmaster Felix Broberger, and I'm excited to be joined with Women International Master Veronika Exler. And
Hello.
we have the pleasure to host this round for you. And Veronika has already prepared a couple of statistics for us. So first of all, Veronika, it's great to be here with you. And who is going to play against each other today? What are the pairings and what do we have to look forward to in round number one?
Yeah, this is the final leg, so it's really exciting. And of course, in the first round, the players from the same country play against each other. So we will see Dzagnidze against Javakhishvili, Lela from Georgia, sorry for my pronunciation. And we will see Salimova against Vaishali and Muzychuk sisters against each other. And we will see Tan against Zhu and Kosteniuk against Badelka. So very exciting games. And I'm wondering if the Muzychuk sisters will play a draw again or if they will show us a really fighting game. What do you think?
Yeah, it's always hard, especially if two players are from the same country and especially if they're actually related to each other. It's always not easy for them to play against each other, but I mean, there are high stakes in this event. So, my prediction for today is that, they both really need to win, but my prediction is that they will maybe go for a fight. At least I certainly hope so.
Yeah, I hope so too. I remember that 2 years ago I was at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Munich, and then also the Muzychuk sisters played against each other, and it was a draw. So I expect we will see a draw again, but Anna Muzychuk has actually to fight because she can still win the FIDE Women's Grand Prix of 2024 to 2025.
Exactly, yeah. So we're in the final stage, and there are actually a couple of more players that are able to still make it to the candidates tournament. And as you said, she's one of them who is able to still catch up. Another one is Zhu Jiner, who is still able to make it if she has a great tournament here. And so a lot at stake in this event. And I can already see that we have some moves to the start. So the first game we have in front of us is between the two Georgian players. We got a Reti in the start. Have you seen this move with b5 already?
No, actually not. You?
Yeah, I even played it with black sometimes. The idea is quite nice that in most cases black wants to get sort of a Queen's Indian just with more space on the queen side. That's kind of how I understand it, because the pawn on b5 can always be quite useful later on, because white will have a harder time to get c4 in. So still sort of a standard what is happening here. Should we go to the other games?
Yes.
So this looks
Caro-Kann.
like a Caro-Kann.
I like Caro-Kann.
This is something which you can tell us about.
Yes.
So we have the Caro-Kann advanced variation, and here Nurgyul Salimova went for the move c5.
Yeah.
So the other move, of course, for those who are watching, is bishop f5, which is like the big main move. In general, black really wants to get out his bishop out of this pawn chain and then to solidify everything by going e6 on the next move. But c5 is also quite interesting, and now it sort of looks like it's like a French advance with just a tempo less for black. But the idea is still that this bishop can go out, so that's one positive side for black. And white goes for c3, so you're the Caro-Kann expert. Please tell
Actually, I'm playing the other line with bishop f5.
Okay.
But yeah, I just know a little bit. So c3 is, of course, a normal move, but I think that it's more interesting if you, for example, go for d takes c5. Very complicated lines. Yeah, so c3 is something which I like with black, actually. Yeah, and here it's getting really interesting.
Yeah, white usually goes for ways like d takes c5. I also saw that you even had a game, I think, in the Austrian Championship sometime, against one of my students, in fact.
Who?
Peter Balint.
Oh, yeah.
Who played, I think, this move knight f3 against you, if I'm
yes,
not
he
entirely
did.
Incorrect, yeah, which is also quite topical. And if black takes on d4, white can take with the queen or with the knight. Those are kind of the main ideas here.
And let's not show my mistake in the opening.
Yeah, we're going to move on to perhaps the Muzychuk sisters. So, and there we see a Catalan.
Oh, that's what I like too.
Started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, g3, and now after d5, bishop g2. So still very early in the stage. Let's see what Anna is going to come up with. There's so many lines in the Catalan, so much theory nowadays. So, but yeah, good openings for you, I would say, today.
Yes, so far I really enjoy it. Thanks a lot.
And d takes e4 has been played.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, so the Chinese duel, also very straightforward theory until now. So we have a very classical Ruy Lopez after bishop b5, a6, and after short castle, bishop e7. So are we going to see a marshal or an anti-marshal, perhaps?
I guess marshal, but who knows?
Yeah. And let's go to Olga Badelka, who is kind of the local hero in this event. And here it seems like things are getting really sharp. So with black we have the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk, and this was the line in the Slav, in the triangle Slav with e4, which tends to be very, very sharp after d takes e4. So white, of course, has many other options, like going for more solid play with e3, which often transposes to the Maran. But after e4, take on e4, knight takes e4, bishop b4 check. This is a very theoretical line with bishop d2. Black wins a pawn on d4, but on the other hand, yeah, the dark squares are very weak. And yeah, black's queen is also quite in the middle of the board. So often I remember some ideas even with bishop f8. I'm not entirely sure if that's, if that's a move here, but there were certainly ideas with that. Perhaps it's actually the move there.
Okay, this is really nice.
Yeah, first time I saw this bishop f8 idea, I was also quite happy with that. Yeah. So, but yeah, those players are still. Looks like everyone is still in their book. So yeah, Veronica, can you tell us something about the exact players who is in contention for still having a spot in the candidates?
Yeah, so the first two qualify for the women's candidate in 2026. And at the moment, Goryachkina is leading with 308 points. And on the second rank, it's Hampi Koneru with 279 points. But the problem is that these two players are not playing here, so they can't achieve another point. And then we have Zhu Jiner, who has, at the moment, 235 points. And so it's possible that she could win this tournament. Because if you're winning, then you get 130 points. And for the second place, you get 105 points. And for the third one, you get 85 points. So everything is still possible. So Zhu Jiner would need a top 3 place, and then she would qualify. Yeah, and then we also have Muzychuk Anna. At the moment, she has 189 points. For her, it's not that easy to win the Grand Prix, but if she manages to get first and gets 130 points, then she could still win this tournament.
Yeah, so there are still many options left in this event, many possible winners, and actually quite a few who are still able to qualify for the candidates. So that's always nice. Like if it's already clear who is gonna sort of win the event, or who is in like clear contention, it sort of takes the excitement out of it. But that's not the case this time. So that's good news for
and
us.
what would you like more? Being Goryachkina and knowing you have done your best and now just have to wait what your opponents are doing, or being here in this tournament and having to have a great tournament so that you can still manage to win?
Honestly, I would probably prefer to be Goryachkina because she really had an amazing run in the Grand Prix, and she can be super proud of her result. And as it looks now, well, she still can be overtaken, of course, but her chances to at least be in the top 2 are quite good. So
yes,
I would prefer to be in her spot and not to feel the pressure like the players who are here are feeling. So Olga went for the move bishop c3 here, and looks like Alexandra is starting to think a little bit.
Yeah. But
yeah, that's gonna be quite a fight here.
Do you think that this is a novelty, or is it still played?
It would surprise me a bit since this line is so so theoretical and there are so many games here that bishop c3 would already be a novelty. Bishop a5, in fact, is the move which is played most often. And according to the database, at least after bishop c3, there are still quite a few games. So it still looks like at least Olga is in her preparation, and perhaps Alexandra is just trying to recall what her preparation was. At the moment, the pawn on g7 is hanging.
Yes.
So black needs to figure out what to do against that. I would consider going f6 just to block that bishop on c3. Well, you also need to sort of discuss taking on g2, but at the moment it looks quite risky.
I would never do this.
Yeah, after queen takes g2, I guess bishop f3. And the queen has to move backwards, and then all of the pieces are gonna get out, like, I don't know, maybe queen g6.
Yeah, and then
knight
rook
e2.
g1 later.
Yeah, knight e2 followed by rook g1 looks at least quite dangerous for black at the moment. So yeah, after bishop c3 at the moment, Alexandra is thinking. f6 would be one idea.
Yes, I like f6.
Certainly, you can also think about giving up the pawn, like
With knight e7,
knight
right?
e7, or even
and then rook g8.
go to f6 as well. But always this queen is a little bit exposed, to say the very least. But yeah, we'll see what Alexandra is gonna come up with. Should we go back to some other games, perhaps, see how they developed?
Start with the Georgian game.
So yeah, a couple of developments right here. We last saw the position after b5. So again, as I pointed out before, sort of the idea is to get like a better version of the Queen's Indian in most cases, just with this extra space here. And after bishop g2, bishop e7, white went for d4. White has also many other options, going for d3 later on and e4. But d4 is also quite a principled approach. e6, short castle. And now c5. And Lela went for knight a3. So now I guess you can make an argument also that the pawn on b5 can be a weakness as well in some cases.
And what do you think she will play? Will she go for a6 and keep this squares under control, or will she move b4
a6 would
and give up some squares?
a6 would be one option. I would also think about maybe going to b6 with the queen, just to defend the pawn like that. b4 also, of course, one option. Then you need to think about knight c4 mostly.
Yeah.
I would assume.
But maybe immediately d5.
Yeah, it's also not clear where this knight is going.
Yeah, there's no knight a5.
And otherwise, I guess the knight, as you said, has to go to e5. And black is still a little bit underdeveloped. Like, still needs some time with the king to castle. So I don't know how you would follow up here. Also at the moment, this is quite a nasty threat, I would say.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't like to play b4.
Yeah.
But who knows?
Yeah, so your other suggestion was a6, which I also quite like as well. And here,
I mean, queen b6 is also very nice. I also like this move.
I guess in both cases, white needs to play c4.
Yes, I think
quite
this
soon.
is the
And
next move.
with the queen on b6, then after c4, well, now you probably cannot take as well, because then the queen is gonna get attacked on b6. You could go for b4, or even a6 here, just to protect the pawn once again. Looks both like a very much playable position overall.
Yeah.
And it's nice to have some sort of fresh position. Like, there's not really much theory here. It seems like both players are sort of on their own already. It seems like b4 and knight c4 has happened.
Really? Do you see it on the board?
Don't see it on the board just yet, but according to the transmission, that should be the live board.
Okay.
So yeah. But we can also go again to the other games. So Vaishali against Salimova would be another thing to check out. And wow, here there seems to be quite a big surprise with this move, bishop b5, at least to Nurgyul, who as far as I always saw, is a big expert in the Caro-Kann. She played the Caro-Kann for many, many years and always has many interesting and deep ideas there. And it seems like bishop e5 caught her by a complete surprise, since she has been thinking already for more than 10 minutes.
Yes, I also don't know this move, so it's interesting.
Yeah, I think that there were still some games here. Like, I will ask you one thing just for the viewers. What would you think about knight f3 as a move?
The idea is always to play bishop g4.
Exactly, yeah. So after knight f3, bishop g4, black usually gets this, well, sort of dream position of the Caro-Kann, I might argue, yeah. Because you get the bishop out, then e6 comes, and the pawn on d4 is always quite weak. So.
Yeah, so after bishop b5, maybe we have to go to f5 with our bishop. But then it's also possible that white takes on c5 and just protects the pawn.
Yeah,
I guess that's the idea behind bishop b5.
I guess you could also argue for some ideas with queen a4, because now might not be so easy to defend this. But yeah, dc seems like a nice option as well. And if e6, then you just, I guess...
Yes, before
or bishop
or maybe
e3.
first bishop e3 and then later.
Yeah.
I mean, there is this line, but without this bishop b5. So where you take on c5 and then protect it with bishop e3.
Ah, you mean
immediately,
if I take here, yeah? Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Yes.
And bishop e3. But here black goes for knight d7, right? Yeah. And I think immediately wins back at least one of the pawns. So yeah, that's very interesting. Just to point out, as far as I know, bishop e2 is sort of the main move. As we pointed out before, white wants to get knight f3 without black being able to take on f3, because then white would lose complete control of this square on d4, which often is sort of the weak point which black wants to play against. Yeah, bishop e5. This is going to be exciting, and Nurgyul is still
a nice idea.
Thinking about it.
Maybe we can check the book if this was played before.
Yeah, still a couple of games as well.
But
also remember seeing some top level games here. I think that maybe Dubov played it, if I'm not mixing things up. But as it often happens, you know that the line exists, but you don't know how it continues.
Yes.
So bishop f5 would be one option, but then as we said, black might lose this pawn, and it's perhaps not so easy to gain it back. Another option would be just to go e6.
Yes, but then the bishop on c8 is not so nice.
And white could even transpose to some sort of French, like if now bishop d7, I guess that bishop e2 would actually be a complete transposition to the French advance, which is quite a funny one. True. But white probably also has better things here. Only short castle seems to be running into knight takes e5, which is probably not what white wants to allow. But maybe something like bishop a4. So this is not really not something which a Caro-Kann player probably would want to do, going for e6. So what other options do we have? Well, bishop f5 still could be thought about, just to sacrifice this pawn. But are there any other moves which...
The thing is, we don't really have a waiting move. Maybe some move with the queen, but maybe queen c7. What about this move? Then at least you can't take on c5.
Yeah, that's one idea. But if you move the queen, could you also go to b6? Just that you're at least attacking something. If queen c7, then yeah, it's also certainly an option. But yeah, maybe now I will go knight e2.
Okay, now bishop f5.
And now at least you're...
Yes, you still can't take.
Yeah, that's of course an idea. And then you just follow it up with e6.
Yeah, I would be satisfied. Sometimes I put my queen on c7, so it's nice.
Also interesting, yeah. So it seems like black has many options. I mean, one thing is if I can even take here, and if you take with the queen, just argue that perhaps your queen is a bit...
That's true. After bishop f4, for example, later,
exactly,
yes, I lose some moves. Yeah, and instead, if I immediately go to b6 with my queen, what do you think was the plan
queen
from
b6,
white?
I thought this looks quite natural. And, well, here I thought the idea is probably queen a4, but...
Yes, maybe, but then I can go for example, for bishop d7.
And again, you
I
probably
have a
have
trick,
this nice trick
taking
with
on e5.
knight takes e5 once again.
Yes, that was my idea.
But maybe I have a trick on my own. Can I take here?
Okay, what is your trick? Oh,
Maybe
I see your trick. You want? No,
maybe bishop
not my
e3,
queen.
I don't see how you're... I mean, you could go for d4, but then you're at least losing one pawn, yeah?
Yes. No. Okay.
So I guess I can take with the bishop at least. This looks like white has some ideas as well, yeah?
Yeah, I like queen c7 more than queen b6.
Yeah.
But I think I would go for bishop f5. I don't know.
Right away, yeah? Because I was just
Yes.
about to suggest you could maybe
Just
also
take,
take and go
okay.
now bishop f5.
Yeah.
Well, if you get e6 and knight e7, I guess you can be quite happy once again.
Yes, but I think I would immediately go for queen e4, probably. Or what is your idea? Yeah, maybe I'm too slow.
Well, queen a4, I thought I could go maybe queen b6 now.
Yes. I was hoping for rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8, I guess you can just take on a7, right?
Yes.
That was probably the idea.
Yes, it was my idea.
Yeah, that probably works out quite well for you. But yeah, queen b6 seems like the move here.
And then you have enough time for e6 and
Yeah,
knight e7.
e6, knight e7, and at some point I'm gonna play a6 and try to get rid of this bishop on b5. I thought that white, well, for the moment, yeah, this was actually, was it played in the game? I think it was.
Is it still played?
CD4 is at least on the board, yeah?
Oh, okay.
So
Yes.
CD4 was played by Nurgyul. I guess we're gonna see c takes d4 in a moment. And I was just about to say that after c takes d4, if bishop f5, maybe white can try to play for something like this and then try to occupy the dark squares.
C3, knight a4.
Yeah, that would be one option, or later on b3, bishop a3, perhaps something like that as well.
But don't you think that I'm too fast with e6?
Yeah, well, I was hoping that you're not, but like knight c3, e6, and
Yeah.
now usually I was trying to get something like this with knight e2.
Yeah, but already c5, if possible, if I don't get any troubles here. Because your
Yeah.
knights are very active, and for black it takes so long to develop all these pieces on the king side.
But if I go short castle, I mean, this bishop looks very nice, but I was just thinking that maybe I'm just too fast with white here.
Yeah.
Also, whenever you take on d4, which probably you don't want to do, but then the knight
Yeah, I don't want to
will
actually.
get this amazing square on d4, and all the dark squares are weak in black's camp. I sort of remember seeing one line like this, so I think that was white's idea here. And c takes d4 is on the board, so we'll see what Nurgyul is gonna come up with now. As we said, many moves are possible, yeah. Could still think about going for some sort of French with bishop d7. Also queen b6 makes a lot of sense. But I guess all of these moves would probably be a bit of a better version without including c takes d4. Since, like, for example, if you go now queen b6, then white at least has the option to put the knight on c3 already.
Yeah.
Because the pawns have been exchanged.
Yeah, that's always the point if you take on d4.
Exactly, yeah.
But I also understand that she didn't like the idea of d takes c5.
Yeah, that
It's
was...
getting very complicated.
Yeah.
You never know if you get your pawn back or not.
Yeah, especially it's unpleasant that Vaishali is making all the moves quickly. Nurgyul knows that this was her preparation. So my best guess would be that she's just trying to get something solid and try to sort of avoid the white preparation.
Yes, and then taking on d4 is logically also for me, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I like her idea.
So let's move on to the big Muzychuk matchup. And wow, seems like we have...
Wow, we have missed many moves.
Yeah, so last time we picked it up, we have already
Yeah,
sensed a Catalan and dc4, knight f3, and knight c6.
Okay, and then with a6, this line. Okay,
Yeah, castle and a6, and this is one of the positions where white has like a million sort of moves. You can play basically anything. Queen c2, I even played queen d2 recently myself, which looks completely ridiculous.
What? I play bishop g5.
Bishop g5 is also one move, but yeah, many different ideas. Knight c3, knight bd2, but she went for the move queen c2, which is quite an interesting pawn sacrifice. Knight takes d4, otherwise white will just take this this pawn on c4, and b5 I think doesn't
just knight e5?
Because of knight e5, and if knight
if you
takes
take
d4,
then
queen d1. But now there were some ideas like this, and if the rook moves, then maybe something like bishop e3.
Why not e3 immediately?
Or e3, yeah, e3.
And then if the knight moves, then you take queen and take on f7.
And then take on f7, so let's just put it on the board. If knight f5, can take on d8 and take on f7.
Yeah.
At least that, yeah, maybe there's something better on the way.
I'm satisfied.
Yeah, I think we can be here, yeah. Oh, we're winning quite a lot of material here. So I think that this is the idea after b5, that knight e5 does work here. With this pin, it's always a bit unpleasant. So that's why Anna took on d4 with the knight. Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and here she went for bishop e3, which surprises me a little bit. I remember seeing this move knight d2, which I think was sort of the...
Okay, and then you get immediately the pawn back.
The main move, yeah, exactly. Now white wants to take on c4 with the knight.
Okay.
And as far as I remember, black wants to go for c3, because you want to weaken white's pawn structure, and now black has a couple of moves where to go with the queen. Queen g4 was possible, I believe. There were a couple of options, but in general, white has quite nice compensation, I think.
Oh, the bishop is always so strong, making so much pressure on b7. I hate it with black, and that's why I started to play Catalan.
Yeah. Yeah, and also this bishop on c8 doesn't really get out, because the bishop on g2 is just so strong.
Yeah.
So that's one of the lines here as well, but she went for bishop e3, which I have not been familiar just yet. But well, white is probably always going to get some pretty nice...
Black can't protect the pawn, right?
Compensation. Yeah, queen e5 happened, but still
the b2 is hanging.
She wants to take with...
but now the knight, and now c3 is not that strong, I guess.
Yeah, now c3, what was her problem with it? Maybe
just
knight c4.
And then I can take with the queen.
Yeah, at least I can take with the queen on the next move. And also it's not clear actually where is this queen even going. It doesn't really have a lot of squares.
Yes.
But knight d5 is on the board, and now knight takes c4.
Okay, yes. And
so
now, will she take on e3?
There were some moves being played on the board.
True.
Perhaps we could zoom in.
Yeah, she took on e3, yes.
Yeah, she took on e3, and...
To get rid of the bishop pair?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, even though also if black is losing this knight was quite a important blockader as well, because it blocks this this bishop on g2. But of course, taking the bishop pair is cannot really be a mistake in most cases. And still, black is quite solid. I mean, pawn up after all, and...
Yes, but what will you do with your pawns on the queen side? How will you proceed with your development? It's not so easy.
I was thinking of going bishop d6, perhaps.
Protecting c7.
She went for queen c5 quite quickly. I thought that bishop d6 looks quite logical, just to protect this pawn once again.
But maybe then knight c4 and taking bishop on d6.
Knight c4, rook d1, rook c1, like white will have
I don't like it. White is
quite nice compensation for sure. Yeah.
White is faster.
But queen c5 on the board, queen b3,
Okay.
and this is the current position.
And how to solve this problem with b7? Will you go for rook b8 or will you go for c6?
Well, is it hanging at the moment?
Not at the moment, but somewhere I want to develop my bishop, if possible.
Yeah, that's of course understandable.
Yeah, maybe we start. Yeah, okay, but also rook c1 is the plan
Yeah,
for white.
I could.
So bishop d6, I
would
guess.
love to go there, yeah.
And
But
rook
now
c1.
rook c1 is coming, and it's not so easy for black. Where?
Oh yeah,
what to
there
go.
is a lot of compensation, of course, for white. I mean, yeah. And then there is also again this idea of playing knight c4 and taking the bishop, and then also having rook c7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So probably we are not even allowed to give up our bishop. Or what do you think? Because then all the black squares will get really weak.
Yeah, if the rook gets into c7 as well, then it's gonna be quite unpleasant.
So what will she play? Will she go for?
So there were some moves once again. Queen b4 on the board,
Ah, okay. Immediately queen b4.
and I'm already sensing something bad, which is this sort of repetition.
Oh yes, I told you they will make a draw. It's always like that.
Yeah, of course, it's always a possibility. You never know. And that would be my best bet, yeah, that we're gonna see that.
Oh yes, for sure.
Yeah. Most likely.
But would it be really bad if you continue the game?
For
Or
which
is
side?
it, for both sides. I don't know. I'm just wondering if this is actually the best variation here, or if they are just using it to make a draw.
I mean, here probably like white, if white exchanges queens, she could probably very well be just a pawn down as well. I mean, there will always be some compensation, but without queens, it's going to be quite difficult to generate a lot of compensation.
Yes, I think so too. And is there another idea
And
to
I
keep the
think
queen? Yeah, it's draw
Yeah,
already.
they have just called the arbiter. I guess you could try to keep the queen somehow, but like queen e4, for example, would be one idea. But then also the bishop is blocked. So, well, that was quite a short game.
True.
I think chief arbiter Dzagnidze is just checking the moves just to make sure, and we're gonna see confirmation pretty soon. Yeah, the kings are already in the middle of the board. So yeah, that was probably one of the quickest games in Grand Prix history. I don't know
Yes,
if-
because the last time when I saw them playing against each other, they played a much longer game.
Yeah.
And there we really expected that they are fighting, but this time it seems like they are enjoying a quick draw.
Yeah, looks like it.
But it's a good idea. I mean, it's not easy to play against relatives. What about you? Do you have any sisters or brothers that are playing chess?
I do have one sister who took up chess with me when we were younger, so she's 3 years older than me, but at some point she abandoned chess for her career, and now she's very successful in other areas. So
Oh, nice.
she just decided that one chess player in the family is enough, I guess, and that's where we are.
That's actually the same also in my family, because my brother and me, we started chess at the same time, but then my brother decided no, he needs more action, and then he changed into orienteering.
Okay, that's for sure more action in chess. Well, it depends who you ask. Yeah, for some people, chess might be like the.
For me, chess is more action, but yeah, for him it's like he needs to run.
Yeah,
like physical.
The physical aspect, of
action,
course, is not there in chess. Yeah. All right, so maybe we can go back to the Chinese matchup. And looks like they will not have such a quick game, but this one looks like it's going to be quite a fight. And as sort of expected, this Ruy Lopez headed in towards an anti-marshal with d3. So for those of you who are watching, sort of the oldest theory out there is this line with rook e1, and now black should not castle short because after rook e1, black is losing the pawn on e5, since now the pawn on e4 is finally protected.
Yeah.
So black needs to defend this pawn on e5 by not allowing bishop takes e6 by playing b5, and after bishop b3, now short castle is sort of the holy grail of the Ruy Lopez, where there's just so much theory, and if c3, this famous Marshall gambit is here with d5. So that's where many world champions have and their seconds have sort of broken their heads about it, and it seems like nothing much is there to squeeze out anymore.
Have you also played it?
I played the Ruy Lopez with white. Many times with black, I usually go for the Berlin defense. If I
really?
play e5. Yeah, I'm that sort of boring player.
Yeah, but me too. I also like it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, we see this move d3 more and more often just to try and avoid the Marshall gambit. And after b5, now again, d3 is the same story. If black is castling, then bishop takes e6 is going to happen, and yeah, black is just going to lose the pawn on e5. So b5 is the main move, and now bishop b3 happened, d6, a4, bishop d7. That's actually a nice way to start with black with d6, because if you would start with castle, then after a4, well, you don't have bishop d7 now. So that's why once white has played d3, it makes a lot of sense to go for that. a4, bishop d7, rook e1, short castle, and bishop e3 is an interesting move. What do you think could be the idea of that?
Bishop e3. You ask me questions. I have never played this position before. Okay, I just know that the common idea is knight to d2 and knight f1 and sometimes knight g3, knight f5, things like this. I know from Italian style, for example, so probably also here. But here bishop e3. Really good question.
So if I may,
yes, you are allowed to.
I'm also guessing only here, but my best guess would be that this knight simply wants to stay flexible if it wants to go to c3 or to d2 later on. That would be my best guess, yeah. Because white does have these two ideas. Knight can often go to c3 just to target the pawn on b5 and also get knight d5 later on. But also, like, the more common way, I guess, to regroup in most cases is to bring the knight via d2, f on g3 to the king side. And with bishop e3, Zhu sort of makes a very useful move and still keeps her options open where this knight wants to go. So Tan went for knight e5, a typical idea. In general, black really wants to get this pawn on c5 just to gain space on the queen side. And she can only do so by moving the knight first, and now c5 is on the board. And it seems like that's the current position. So where is this knight going now? I guess that's the main question. Is it going to c3 or to d2?
Yeah, hard to say. I think I would go to d2.
I would probably go to c3.
Probably that's why you're grandmaster.
Well, no idea how it is in that case. Yeah, I just see the square on d5. I see it's weak, and I just want to go there. I'm quite greedy when it comes to weak squares. I just want to occupy them.
And what about this knight on e5? Is it the idea to go back to c6, or will it just stay there?
Yeah, that's usually the idea. That's also why I like knight c3, because now I don't think you can go back comfortably, because I will just take on b5. And I don't see how you can get any compensation. Of course, knight c3 always runs into b4. That's one option. Also, white sort of has to watch out for b takes a4, even though it does ruin the structure quite significantly. And if white is then able to win back that pawn, then it can go wrong for black, because then the pawn on a6 will always be weak. But at the same time, this pawn on b2 can also be attacked with rook b8. So at least b takes e4 is always a move which you need to consider. I don't know how it is here, but
Yeah, I prefer to take on e4 instead of going back with knight c6 or b4.
yeah. Well, b4 would probably still be one option. Actually, now that I remember, there was one quite beautiful idea. I'm not sure if it works here, but some people often play this idea with bishop b1, which I always thought is quite nice.
What are you doing? Just attacking the pawn?
Yeah, you just wanna get back the pawn, and if you protect it with queen e8, I also have the idea of b3, which I always thought is quite beautiful, just to take back on a4.
And then we have this weak knight on
Yeah.
a5.
Yeah, and the pawn on a6 is always a target. I mean, the bishop on b1 is also not a great piece for now, but well, white is sort of arguing that the pawn on a6 is then just even a bigger target. So I thought this idea is quite beautiful. Why didn't you like b4 earlier? Seems
I don't know.
you don't want to push the knight to d5 with tempo just?
Yeah. I don't know if it is an idea to play b3, someone with black.
Yeah, b3 is actually quite an interesting idea quite often.
Just to get a strong bishop and double pawn, and I think I have compensation. And then just attacking it with rook b8 later.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. I don't know how white should take on e7 or f6. Both would be options. But just to point out your idea, let's just say take here, and oops. Then you just want to go rook b8 and just attack this pawn on
yeah,
b3.
and now is also the problem that I can't play d4 anymore because I don't have a c-pawn.
Yeah.
So
And
actually
also
now
b4.
I start to like this idea. with
Yeah,
black.
this looks interesting. I guess I can still defend the pawn for quite some time with knight e2 and rook a3, but it's already going into the wrong direction.
No, I would like it with black. So what to do?
Yeah, b3 is a cool idea. I like it.
So do you think that maybe that's the reason why knight c3 is not that strong, or do you think it's still fine for white?
I think it should be still fine for white. The question is if as you said, knight d2 is maybe a better try to get an advantage, or to try and fight for an advantage. Because here, as you said, it can go wrong for white as well. Not sure what is the best way to take. I like taking on e7 though. Even though the
Really?
bishop is quite passive, it's not so clear. You could also make an argument for...
Yeah, I would like to exchange the knights.
Yeah? So knight f6, bishop f6.
Yes, because I don't really see the future of the black bishop, but maybe it will come soon, someone with bishop d8, bishop a5. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but possible.
No, it's true. The bishop on f6 is not great for now. So now you have to take, of course, and yeah, this position was where we were at before. C takes b3 and rook b8. Otherwise, if I get b4, then at least I can sort of give back the pawn and try to have some squares. But yeah, I don't really like that for white, and it looks like
this
a nice...
is interesting. Yeah.
I mean, why I wanted to take on e7 was then to sort of play for some ideas with bishop g5 later on. So
Okay, I see.
something, I don't know how I'm gonna take.
Oh, with the bishop.
Yeah, but at least now I'm thinking just to keep the bishop pair and go b4, but I also don't like it, honestly.
Okay.
Like maybe something like this and then rook b8. But yeah. The pin is not going anywhere. Huh? So I love your idea with b3. That looks quite powerful. So that leaves us with perhaps knight d2. And was knight c3 played? I think it was.
Oh yeah, it is played, yes. Yeah.
So I'm curious what...
Oh, please go for b4, b3.
What she has planned after b4 now.
I would really like to see this position.
b4 is quite a natural reply, I would say. So, and also knight d5, like...
Yeah, what else?
I guess you can go to e2, but then even the same idea with b3 would make a lot of sense. So.
And then the knight is really poor on e2.
Yeah. So knight d5 and b3. Any other ideas here?
I don't have any other ideas. I like b3. And for me, it looks like it's easier to play with black. Well, at least it's like my kind of position.
Yeah, white is running quite significant positional risk here, yeah? Because you will always be stuck with those weak pawns, and if one of them drops, then probably all of them will drop.
Yeah. And the problem is that I don't see what white is going to do in the future. Maybe playing knight to d2 and f4, but f4 is like the only way which I see.
Yeah, so let's go back to that line we saw earlier. I'm guessing that this is, I mean, still, yeah, because you said with f4, and that's why maybe I want to take on e7, because that I can play now for some f4, yeah? Maybe that's one idea. Because otherwise, if you get bishop e6, rook b7, rook b8, and then you can take on b3, then you're just fully in control.
Yes.
So I need to get some play immediately.
Yeah.
And if this bishop would still be on f6, then I don't really want to open up the diagonal. Yeah, so that was my idea for
okay.
for taking on e7.
Yeah, this is really clever.
And also the moment I'm just protecting this.
Yeah.
So maybe bishop e6 now, or
Yeah, probably. And now immediately f4, or do I need some preparation?
I would say immediately maybe.
Oh, she took on a4, and she didn't play.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
That's interesting. So yeah, are we gonna see my idea with bishop e1 now? I'm curious.
But actually, I have to say that if I would be white, I would prefer to have this position instead of the other one with b4, b3. I don't know. Because here
probably,
I don't really see a weakness. Because, okay, b2 in worst case, I just protect it with bishop c1. I know it's
even
not
that
nice,
is one
but
idea,
in worst case.
Yeah.
But what to do with the e4 pawn?
Yeah, I guess you have to hang on to it somehow. But question is how. So at the moment, like bishop e1 was one idea. But I guess that Zhu is gonna take some time here because the position is, well, now is sort of a critical moment. How do you regain that pawn, or how do you start playing on the other side of the board? Because if black gets some moves with rook b8, then, well, it might not be so easy to win back the pawn. So maybe we can go to Badelka's game.
Yeah, this was a very interesting game. So maybe
Exactly, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, it looks so exciting.
Yeah, it seems like it has exploded.
Oh, yes.
So for those of the viewers who have just joined, it was this quite famous line in the triangle Slav with e4, d takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop e4 check, and now bishop d2. I think this is also called the Marshall Gambit. Is it possible?
I have no idea.
So I think there are two Marshall Gambits. Please, big apologies if that is incorrect, but as far as I know, this is also a Marshall Gambit. So bishop takes b4, queen e4, and as we said before, oh, she did take on g2, yeah?
She really?
So white has this nice compensation because of the bishop pair and especially the weak dark squares. But on the other hand, black is a pawn up. So that's how this line is going. Queen takes g2, and now Olga, after almost 20 minutes of thinking, went for queen d6.
I like queen d6.
So Kosteniuk spent 5 minutes for queen g2. So I'm curious how this sort of approach with the preparation went here. Who took who out of book first?
That's a good question. I can imagine that it was bishop c3 actually.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. But wouldn't you spend a bit more time for a move like queen g2? So like 5-6 minutes, but was why sort of my theory is that perhaps she was still sort of familiar with it and was just refreshing her memory. And queen d6 was also quite shocking, just to say that, because, well, we were briefly discussing bishop f3, which is like the more obvious,
we like a lot, actually.
Obvious move. But I mean, we were sort of still on the surface before because, well, black is now 2 pawns up, and after queen g5, maybe knight e2, it could also be possible that black is just in time to consolidate with, I don't know, e5 or something. But it does look dangerous for black.
I would never take on g2. It's really interesting that she actually immediately took. I mean, it were only some minutes.
Yeah, me neither, but that's why we are sitting here and they are sitting in the other
And
room,
they
I
are
guess.
playing,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, very interesting. And queen d6. So, first of all, what happens after queen h1? I
Okay,
guess
I think this is killing after castling.
after long castle.
Long
yeah.
castling, yeah. It's just dead, or? Do I
And
miss
so
something?
queen d8 is the
Yeah,
threat.
queen
and
d8,
just
so maybe some f6.
if I go f6, yeah.
Mhm. Okay, now we need to calculate correctly. Oh, what about bishop h5 in the right moment?
Yeah, bishop h5, g6 needs to happen.
And now?
You can just trap the queen, no? Bishop f3.
Oh, okay.
That's, I guess, an easier.
Oh, okay.
easier
I
way
was
to
looking
win.
for a nice checkmate.
Yeah, me too.
but-
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
But it seems like long castle is nice, and now white has two threats. Yeah, queen d8 with checkmate, and the other one being just bishop f3. So this wins.
Okay. Actually, after
spot.
queen d6, I would go for bishop d7 and long castling with black.
Yeah, bishop
Ah, she
d7
did.
was in
She
fact
did. Okay.
played
Yeah,
in the
it's
game.
logically. Yeah, this is very logically.
Yeah, I mean long castle probably even works, yeah, because I'm always a bit scared of bishop e5 happening, but the knight is guarding those two squares.
What a fabulous knight on
Quite,
a6.
yeah. I mean, after long castle, it will finally be useful.
Yes.
So bishop d7, and now it's
Yeah, maybe now it's
Interesting.
the right time for some tempo.
yeah, bishop f3 has to be played at some point.
But maybe too early. The queen on g2 is not really strong. Yeah, it's interesting.
And if, well, let's just say long castle. I guess long castle is black's idea.
Yes. It's 2 pawns. This is so crazy.
Yeah.
And still it looks like black is fine. Somehow after this long castling, like there's not going to be checkmate in the next time.
Yeah, and if black can
So-
consolidate and even exchange queens, then it's just gonna turn quite quickly. So white needs to find the right follow-up in general.
Okay, bishop f3.
Bishop
and
f3, queen g5 check.
Yeah, the check is also a problem. Oh.
Probably you need to move the king, and then black is maybe in time to develop somehow.
Do you think that this beautiful move, queen d6, was not precise enough? Because somehow it seems like that now. I don't know. I mean, it's also, of course, the right idea to go for long castling. But I don't know. I prefer to go immediately for bishop f3,
Yeah.
knight e2, just develop my pieces, get the pawn on g7, and I think this looks better for me.
Bishop f3 seems like the more natural approach, I would say. But maybe queen d6 is also like a very strong move, yeah? But bishop f3 is just like the first move. If someone shows me this position, what would you play? The first move would be bishop f3 for sure, yeah? Just attacking the queen and then going knight d2, rook g1 on the next move. And yeah, the queen on d6, once long castle is coming, then it's not so clear
Yeah.
what it's...
And
Actually
then
doing
also knight f6, and it seems that black is consolidating
Yeah, probably, yeah. Well, she went bishop f3 immediately.
immediately. Okay, but now we have queen g5, or maybe her idea was to go for, no, wait. Now she has also the idea to go to c5 with the queen.
Yeah, queen g5 is
or
probably
queen
the right...
e7.
Yeah, for now the pawn on g7 is still always hanging, so...
Yeah. h4.
h4 is also one option, so I'm even thinking if the queen wants to go there or to g6. But what I can do after queen g5, h4, if I go queen e7 now?
Ah, you take with the knight.
Yeah, that was my idea. And if takes bishop g7, then I can go away with the rook. And at least I'm not worse in an endgame. At least I would hope so.
Yes, but the bishop on d7 is like really weak.
Yeah, it's just not doing anything. Yeah.
What's its future?
Yeah.
Just protecting the king from mate.
Basically, for the moment. Well, maybe you can also go knight e2. That would be again my first idea here. Even here, queen e7 is maybe one idea.
I would still go for queen e7.
Because once again, if white takes, then we take with the knight. And after bishop g7, the rook can now move to g8 and it's not getting trapped. And otherwise the queen has to move back and then knight f6 is going to come, so...
No, I think I would go for this endgame. Just exchange queens and take
Really,
on g7. You know?
I'm not sure because, well, in the endgame, black is probably in time to, well...
Yeah, if black manages to play c5 or e5, then okay.
Yeah.
But I have time, so maybe I can use it.
Yeah, for sure still some compensation, but it's not really what I would like, probably. Because this knight always has the square in f5. And at some point this knight is also going to join the game. At some point, yeah, not in the near future probably, but at some point. So.
Okay, I don't know. But what else? Losing time?
Yeah, well, I would just love to keep queens on the board somehow, yeah, if it's possible, but...
But I don't think it's possible if you're moving back, or like, yeah, queen e7, queen d2, for example, then I can actually just play knight f6. And I don't see any problems for black.
I mean, maybe I can start with rook d1 first. Maybe that's one idea. And I think we have a move. Do we? Queen g5, yeah. Has been played by Kosteniuk.
Okay, but rook d1 and queen e7 again?
Yeah, because now the point is I can take on g7 right away.
Oh yeah.
And now my queen is protected.
Ah, clever.
So that was the idea. And
Castle?
if you castle long or rook d8, I guess it's going to be sort of similar. My idea was now to go knight to e2, probably.
Yes, knight e2.
And now still, queen e7 doesn't work because I can take on g7 and the queen is protected on d6.
Ah, yeah. Okay. This looks much better than the other line. I mean,
At
for
least,
white.
yeah, it's not so easy for black to develop just yet.
I really like this game. Like, it's all in.
Yeah,
That's what
this is
I
exciting.
enjoy a lot.
Yeah. This is going to be exciting for sure.
Okay. So maybe let's head to another game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nana against Lela.
Yeah, let's make it from the start once again, and also quite a lot has happened here. So this is the position we last saw after knight c4 d5, knight c e5, and yeah, knight b d7 was played. Because otherwise, I think that knight g5 would be in fact quite unpleasant. So knight b d7, and if now knight g5 comes, then black can take on e5, and at least it's gonna be not worse. So c3, perhaps also trying to get the queen in to a4. C takes d4, and yeah, she played queen a4 right away even. Many options for white along the way. I mean, c takes d4 would also be so logical just to take right away.
Yes.
But as we saw in the game, I mean, that was quite smart of her at least to keep the option to take on d4 with the knight. Because now she has options for knight c6 as well.
Yeah, so queen b6 probably to protect the square.
Yeah, that was played in the game, and it's a position we currently have live. I'm just curious what her ideas after bishop e3. This looks sort of unpleasant, with all sorts of knight jumps possible.
really not easy.
Maybe queen a6 is one option, but just to try to get rid of this queen. Now I guess you have to take. Otherwise, if the queen goes away, then black can take on e5.
Mm-hmm.
And if takes, I thought at least with the queens being gone, should be more or less okay. Also the knight is hanging now. And this pawn on e2 is always sort of a target as well.
Yeah.
So maybe that's our idea with queen a6. Would be.
Yes, queen e6 is a good idea.
Because otherwise you cannot castle, because then d7 is hanging and it's not so easy to unpin. And also there are all sorts of ideas with knight f5, for example, or knight c6. So yeah, queen b6, and does white have anything better at the moment? Still, the position after bishop e3, queen a6 is probably not bad for white either. Yeah? Like the endgame is probably okay. I don't know, but seemed quite.
Yeah, but I don't know. Later, the pawns of black, they can move in the center with
exactly.
e5, and I like it more with black.
Yeah, me too. If white doesn't get some action with e4 or something to try and play against the king, or to gain space with those pawns, which doesn't seem like it's happening in the near future, then black is probably doing quite well here. Yeah. This seems what black is seems like what black is hoping for.
Mm-hmm. So there must be something else for white. And hopping into c6 is not a really good idea, I guess, because probably just someone bishop c5.
Well, with which one are you going?
Yeah, that's also not easy.
Not an easy decision, yeah?
I think it doesn't make any sense to hop on c6.
Well, I can see the point. At least black cannot castle. Actually quite like your idea.
But what if the bishop just moves to, for example, d6?
Now I might get bishop e3 with... Well, still maybe... Yeah, now it's a little bit different, perhaps.
So after queen a6 again?
I thought that now at least I could maybe... Well, this is getting a bit complicated. Take on a6, take on d7, and then take on b4, but at the same time you can take on e2 as well. So... something like this, for example. At least black is not worse for sure, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe even a bit better.
No, I like this one with black.
Yeah,
Having the center and the king already also
and
in the
those two
center
open files for the rooks as well.
Okay.
Yeah, this is also one quite interesting position.
Yeah, this one is really complicated.
Yeah, at such an early stage especially. So they're only at move 11, but it's already getting quite heated. And I'm also curious what Salimova has chosen actually, because
oh, see, she took on c6 someone.
Yeah, but even a6, yeah. So even it was like.
Oh, she wanted it. Okay, that's interesting. Because I wouldn't go for this with black. I mean, now you even have like a tempo, and I don't know.
Yeah, but judging by how fast Vaishali is playing, it's probably not so bad, because then she's probably prepared, yeah. And well, we had the similar variation with the bishop on f5 before, but then also like the queen side is a bit abandoned as well. So maybe it even makes sense to keep the bishop here just yet, just that there are no queen a4s coming just yet, because black will always be able to defend with bishop d7. But on the other hand, the bishop on c8 might get quite passive at a later stage as well. And now white is able to play knight f3 because there is no more bishop g4. Knight e7, h4. That's modern way of playing chess.
Mm-hmm.
Just always pushing the h-pawn. Well, here it also makes sense because knight g6 will not be so sensible anymore
True.
due to h5.
And also knight f5.
Well, if knight f5,
Yeah, usually also if you play knight f5 and you play g4 with white, then you have knight h4.
yeah,
but
that's true. Yeah,
Here
but
you don't have it anymore.
It doesn't
so
work. Yeah.
that's why h4 is actually really strong.
Yeah.
Oh, this is mean.
Yeah, and if black plays h5, then the g5 square is going to be weakened
Yeah.
forever, basically.
So what are you going to do with black?
Well, Nurgyul went for
She
a5.
went for e5.
So I guess she wants the option to bring the bishop to a6 in some cases,
Mm-hmm.
and is staying flexible for now.
And now is the question, does white want to castle or not? Because bishop a6 is now threatening.
Yeah, and also once you castle, your rook is not supporting this pawn anymore.
Mm.
So, I mean, I would be quite
Yeah.
interested in just playing h5 immediately.
I also think that she will leave the king in the center. And she has really a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, especially compared to Salimova, who has already spent quite a lot of time. So we might see some time trouble action today, which is
Mm-hmm.
quite interesting for us, not so enjoyable for the players though, at least. Not for me. I was always like, I'm getting so stressed whenever I'm low on time. I don't know how it is for you, but it's always like the worst experience.
Yeah. It's not easy, but I always get time trouble.
Yeah.
But somehow it's also good for me. I don't know, because then I just play what I'm feeling and not so much about what I'm thinking. And sometimes this is better.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. But in some cases you just need the time, yeah. If the position is so complicated.
Of course, I make many mistakes too.
Yeah. But also the problem is that it's hard to find like a real cure against time trouble, I would say. Like many people have different ideas how to combat it, but it's quite difficult to sort of get rid of it forever, at least for many people.
So you don't have a medicine for me?
No, I don't. I would be very happy if I would be able to find it as well.
Oh.
I mean, what I heard recently, I've been working with some people who have given me a lot of good tips as well, is that you just sort of need to accept that you're going to make worse decisions early on, but at least you're going to have the time later on, which sounds quite easy to understand, but simply accepting this fact that you're going to make worse moves earlier was, at least for me, quite a good thing to just completely understand. Yeah, you're going to make worse decisions in the start, but the decisions later on are just going to be better.
Mm. Yeah, the problem is just if you're having a bad position after just some moves, then you don't need the time later. That's always my problem.
Yeah.
But you're right, of course. So I think that it's now time for a quick break.
Yeah, we can make like a break in a couple of minutes. Let's just briefly see how the other games have been developing, so that we keep everyone on the up to date, and then we're gonna go for a quick break after that. So let's see with Zhu, who actually played the move bishop e1. Yeah, I'm quite proud now.
Yeah.
To have remembered this idea.
That's really nice. And she goes for knight c6.
Goes back knight c6, yeah. So she's not even like really putting a lot of effort in keeping this pawn. I would have been interested in rook b8, because now b3 doesn't work just yet, because the knight on a5 is still protected. This idea only worked after queen e8, I think, because now b3 and black cannot take, because the knight on a5 is hanging. So I was curious about this move rook b8 here, but I guess we will not find out. You said before maybe just bishop c1 would be one idea.
I know it looks stupid, but it makes sense.
Yeah, but now knight c6 might be like a better version compared to the game. Maybe not, because the rook is not on a8 anymore, so it's quite difficult to understand. But yeah, knight c6 is the live position, and here it's is where we're gonna keep on checking later. And in Badelka's game, yeah, rook d1 happened, and now long castle. And I think that Badelka is gonna have another think here because the position is quite difficult now. On the other hand, knight e2 is quite a logical move to start with now. But yeah, many interesting games. Looking forward to the rest of the day. Probably some crazy turnarounds, especially if we look at the clocks.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
But still a lot time to go. Everything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're gonna go on a quick break, 5 to 10 minutes, and yeah, don't leave the stream, anyone. We're gonna be right back.
Yeah.
Thank
See
you.
you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix in Austria. We have been on a short break, and there are lots of exciting games. The one we have right in front of us here, Olga Badelka has given up 2 pawns for a crazy attack, and now neither of us really has a clue what is going on here. But there are many exciting games, and looks like we are off to a very promising start to the tournament on the first day. So that's the game we have been sort of checking before. And for those of you who are just joining in now, there was sort of a big surprise in the opening happening, that after this sort of theoretical line still, bishop c3, I think was sort of a surprise probably to Kosteniuk, and now she took on g2, which seemed a little bit risky at the moment. In the break, we had some time also to consider what is the best move objectively. Queen d6, which was played by Olga Badelka, was a very interesting idea, just to get rook d1 or short castle or long castle with some checkmate ideas on d8. But it turns out that white had this move queen d2 here, which I doubt that any human would find. The idea is just that that queen g5 will not be possible from black, so that the queen cannot go there later anymore. And I guess if queen h1, white still castles long. Same idea as earlier. There's queen d8 with checkmate, and also bishop f3, which might trap the queen as well, even though h2 is now not protected. But I guess that queen d8 is just unstoppable here. Do you see any way to stop it? Seems like this is crushing. So yeah, that was a quite nice moment. But she went for queen d6, and now it seems like it is quite unclear. So h4 and now queen g6 is on the board.
Yeah, what else now instead of knight e2?
Well, h5 I guess can also be made an argument for, but I don't know where you go with the queen.
h6.
Yeah, you could go there. I don't see how to punish it just yet. Queen looks a bit awkward there, but well, still the problem is that bishop e5 just doesn't do anything, because this knight on a6 is just such a fantastic piece on a6, doing absolutely nothing but at least covering those 2 squares, which is also quite an important detail. So Olga needs to find a follow-up. Otherwise, if black is coming out, she might be 2 pawns down after all. So you were mentioning knight e2, huh?
Yes, development. Now knight f6? Or what are you having in mind?
I was also thinking about giving back 1 pawn with e5, just to get some room for my pieces. Maybe the bishop can move out later on. Maybe I'm gonna exchange queens if I can. Could also be one idea. I don't know how white should take. I would probably like to keep the queens on the board,
yes, I would take with the queen on e5.
But now perhaps knight f6.
And now maybe the white king gets some troubles in the center.
Well, yeah, if rook e8 is coming, I could definitely imagine it. Even though h5, maybe white is a bit faster. My idea was if queen f5, then maybe I can go for some ideas with h6, because, well, I need to take first. Otherwise f3 is hanging. But I thought this could be one idea for white, and it's going to be a bit awkward if white can take on g7. The pawn on g7 is going to be quite an asset for white. So I don't know what black can still do after h5 here. I guess queen c2 is one option as well, but it doesn't seem so convincing either. Maybe there's no need for e5. As you said, knight f6 is also one option.
Yeah, I don't really see what white is going to do. Rook g1.
Yeah, maybe.
Or do you want again go for this idea with h5, h6 maybe, instead of rook g1?
Yeah, I was also thinking about that, but I thought queen f5 would come.
And bishop is hanging, yes.
But I guess the same is also after
Yeah, true.
after rook g1. Unless, I mean, knight d4. Well, queen c5, I guess I'm
Yeah.
still.
Oh, it's 2 pawns.
Yeah, and with queens off the board, it's gonna be difficult to find enough compensation. And the same after rook g1, queen f5, and now knight d4 might be a better version because at least g7 is hanging in some lines. Well, if you go queen c5 now, at least I could go to the endgame and say that it's at least sort of okay.
Yeah, with the bishop there and then this bad bishop on d7, it should be fine, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm threatening all sorts of discoveries as well. f7 is hanging. Unless we are blundering anything. At least white gets some play here.
Okay, but I think we have to wait until Olga is making a move, so maybe we continue?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So it's Olga's move. Time to figure out for her what to do. It's a very difficult position for both sides, I would say. And which game would you pick that we go to next? Which one is your favorite?
They are all very interesting. Maybe, yeah.
Caro-Kann?
Yes, Caro-Kann.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so we saw the position after a5, and she did in fact go for short castle after a 10-minute think.
Yeah, okay, and now she can go for knight f5, of course, because after g4 she can just take.
And she played bishop g5.
Yeah, this is also the typical move in Caro-Kann. Happens very often.
Yeah. So now if black were to play bishop e7, which I guess is a very natural looking move, then the problem is that if white is going to exchange those bishops at some point and then going to bring this knight to c5. So I don't think that black really wants to exchange this pair of bishops. Yeah, like just as an example, yeah, if you go to something like this, and let's just say black makes a move like this, then white has at least some positional dreams which might come true if this knight goes to c5, and then the bishop is going to be passive forever on c8. So this is, I think, what black really wants to avoid. Other moves like f6, I guess, is like a typical.
Yeah.
Typical move. The question is always if this works concretely. Like now, I'm just seeing some crazy stuff.
You're seeing crazy stuff.
If I take here and go
knight e5 or what?
Is that one option?
This is really crazy stuff, and queen h5.
Yeah, something to consider. Black cannot take because the queen on d8 is hanging. And if you take on g5, I thought at least it looks very scary. Queen h5. And I guess I have at least a draw already.
What about taking on c6?
There's just taking on c6, yeah. Okay, I completely missed that. I was only looking at queen f7 ideas.
This is also nice.
But yeah, knight c6 is, of course, an easier
Okay, so it seems that
route.
f6 is not working at the moment.
Well, after knight e5, I thought that you maybe have something else. Instead of that, like I thought that h5 could be one idea.
Okay, yeah.
But
preventing queen h5.
Exactly, yeah.
But I don't know, maybe knight g6 and Mm.
Knight g6 is one idea, huh?
So I don't think it's possible to take the bishop on g5, because then I take the rook and h5 is hanging.
Yeah, unless the knight is gonna get trapped, so it's
Yeah, but I think I don't have time because of h5.
yeah, because h5 is hanging out.
That's the point.
That's a big issue. Yeah, and otherwise, if g4, then the knight is just gonna come back.
Okay, so instead the rook should move probably to. Oh. Okay, you're going back to everything. Okay.
Yeah, I was just seeing if we missed something like completely obvious along those lines, but so h5, yeah, knight g6, rook g8. You were saying,
yes, yeah? Yes, rook g8.
Yeah, I thought that.
And taking on h5. Oh no!
And now again
it's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. Yeah. We have again the same story, with knight x6.
Okay. Okay, this is not working. Yeah, but it's good to know because f6 is like the common move you make in Caro-Kann, but here it seems that it's not possible.
I still don't want to give up somehow because
really,
I feel like there could be some
there could
chances,
be something.
like knight g7 maybe.
Knight g7. Ooh, creative.
It looks ugly, but
okay, wait. Now I take on c6 and then I take on f6 and then I take on maybe g7 and things like that. I'm not sure yet.
I thought I can go queen c7.
Yeah, maybe I sacrifice my knight on c6. I'm not sure.
Actually, let me go queen d7. I think that's more accurate.
Okay.
So bishop f6 and now this, and you want to take here.
I think this is too much.
Yeah, it seems like you don't have that many attackers left. Yeah, like if I go maybe to e7 or even to f8.
No.
You have two pawns, but
e7. No, it's too much.
Too much for white, yeah?
Yeah.
I think black is sort of surviving here, and king will be quite safe on g8 maybe. But also, as you said, king e7 is also one idea. So yeah, knight g7 was the.
Let's wait. I'm not giving up.
Yeah, sure.
Oh wait. You will like this move. You will like it so much.
Tell me.
Queen f3.
Queen f3.
Look at this. You can't take the bishop because of checkmate on f7. You can't take the knight because of the queen.
Because the queen is hanging, yeah. So I just cannot do anything, yeah.
And then I just take. Wow, this is nice. I like it so much.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Maybe I killed you.
Well, let me go for this.
Yes, then I wanted to take on c6 because then I can take on e7. That's the difference.
Yes, but now I will take on g5.
Oh, and you spotted something. Oh no, my knight. No, but I can take on c8.
You can take on c8, yeah, of course. I was so happy for a moment. I thought this was a trap, but you can just take on c8 and then you're winning. Yeah, then this does not seem to be working. This knight g7. Queen f3 is a nice idea. So this looks like it's game over for black.
This is so nice.
And instead of all of this, is there anything else? I don't think so.
No.
So we had h5 already, knight g7, fg5, nothing really worked so far. So yeah, maybe f6 just does not work. Do we have any news in the game? She did play bishop e7. That's quite
really
surprising. At least
this is surprising.
From a positional point of view.
What about this black weak squares?
Yeah, I guess what she's playing for is just some early play like with c5.
Yeah, but I go knight a4 immediately.
Then h4 is hanging.
h4 is hanging. Oh yeah, that's what I forgot.
So yeah, g3 perhaps earlier, but then maybe c5. Still looks a bit risky, because even if black takes on d4, it will still, the dark squares are still going to be weak.
But okay, this is an idea, yeah. I forgot about my h4 pawn.
But probably, I mean, I guess that white has to take. Otherwise h4 is hanging.
Yes.
You could maybe also start with g3
Yeah,
right away. But then maybe actually f6 is gonna come.
Yes, then f6 is working, definitely.
So I wouldn't want to give black that option to keep those bishops, in fact. So are we gonna see bishop e7? That was what we analyzed earlier, and g3.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's working because h4 was hanging.
Yeah, but still, now I'm threatening knight a4 and it's not so...
Yeah, but I would play immediately c5.
Yeah,
And you were thinking about this weak black squares?
yeah, like maybe now knight e4 or something. I still...
Okay.
Still looks a bit risky.
Yeah.
Maybe knight a4, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Also b6, everything. b6 and then check on a4 and everything.
Yeah.
I don't like it much.
If you take... I don't even know if I have to take back, but let's just say I do. I mean, yeah, it's not like black is lost or anything. It goes on, but... Can castle maybe, but... Like, this knight, now this is like a typical example what usually black wants to avoid, yeah, because the bishop is not doing much on c8 and white has nice control of the dark squares overall. But who knows? I'm quite sure that Nurgyul has a concrete idea too.
Okay, instead of bishop e7, is the idea to play queen c7, then h6, kicking the bishop, and then going for bishop e7? Because the problem is that our bishop doesn't have any squares.
Yeah, that would be the option I also thought about, because it would be really nice to keep those bishops just for black.
So for example now knight a4.
Then h6.
h6. And this bishop doesn't look so well. This white bishop here, yeah. Yeah, for example f4.
Well, I mean...
Or e3 and...
Yeah. Maybe to f4, yeah. But it doesn't look all too bad now for black, because there's always some play on the king side, even with maybe with g5 at some point.
Okay, if I go for rook c1.
Well, you want to give up this?
Oh no, not
pawn?
again. I don't like this pawn.
Like maybe g3
Okay,
earlier or
g3,
something?
G3, yes. This is a good idea.
Yeah, still, it's hard to believe that g5 is working anytime soon. And white will just get rook c1, knight c5, and it still looks kind of problematic for black.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Maybe I can... Oh no, I don't like it with black at all. But maybe you can go for bishop a6 and bishop b5, a4, something like this. And
yeah, if you can exchange this bishop, you will be celebrating, I'm sure.
yeah.
But I'll probably not give you the chance to...
No.
So like bishop e5 here, yeah?
Yes.
Maybe I'll go knight c5.
Mm-hmm.
Even now, I'm not quite sure if you can even take, like, if I prepare it with rook c1, and then go knight c5 on the next move, because always if you take, then c6 is also going to become terribly weak.
No.
And then I'm going to just double on the c file. This looks also quite dangerous. Maybe you can hang on to it somehow with rook a6 and king d7, but yeah, probably not what black really wants now.
Okay, so what do you think went wrong? Or maybe everything is still fine, but for me it doesn't look fine, I have to say. So was it maybe the move a6 before? Because I think the plan from white was actually to take on c6 and just a6 provoked it and lost the tempo.
Yeah, I think, yeah, a6, maybe there was a better option, but still it seems like it cannot be such a wrong decision now. Like, you get the bishop here, you have some chances to play to get active with his bishop, and maybe e6 was a bit too passive. Like maybe he had to bring out his bishop somehow.
Immediately bishop f5.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. That could be one idea at least. Because, well, in the game as we see, this bishop is always like a problem, yeah? Of course, it's hard to say if bishop f5 works concretely, because also c6 is weak. But at the moment, it seems like black can always defend it with queen d7 and e6, knight e7. And with this bishop out, at least it seems like to me a bit more strategically safe. And yeah, bishop e7 was just a bit surprising from a positional standpoint. Because as we said earlier, now white has sort of full control of the dark squares. And I would also argue that in general, you probably know much more about that than I do as a Caro-Kann player, but probably white usually wants to exchange this bishop in general, yeah, because it's sort of blocked by
yeah, this is typical, like this bishop g5 idea is like typical.
Yeah.
And usually you don't exchange it.
Exactly, because the bishop on f8 is kind of the better bishop in black's camp.
You need it for the black squares.
Yeah. So this is the position we got on the live board after g3. And yeah, Nurgyul is, I think, trying to generate some active play, because as we saw earlier, if black is just staying, then it can just become strategically quite unpleasant if this knight gets to c5. Okay. So how about we go back to the Chinese encounter? It seemed like quite some interesting...
The nice move, bishop b1.
Yeah, so bishop b1 was a pretty cool idea. Which has been played already by some super grandmasters, I think, even maybe not in this exact position, but I think I saw some games by Jan Nepomniachtchi who played like that. And yeah, white is just trying to regain the pawn like this, and then later on just try to get that bishop back into the game at some point. But for the moment, black is just always stuck with this weak pawn on a6 after white gets to take on a4. So knight d4 is on the board. White played knight to d2.
This is also clever.
Yeah, I like that move a lot. She wants to bring the knight to c4, not exchange those knights, and then later on perhaps to kick out the knight with c3. So black went rook b8, now knight c4. Knight also has found quite a nice square here on c4. And bishop b5, this is the live position. So what do we do here with
c3? Or maybe
yes, c3. Only issue is that the knight is maybe not coming back into the game anytime soon. Question is if it matters, but let's just say I go maybe to e6. Not sure. Let's go to e6.
Yeah, I'm not happy.
This knight is just not coming back anytime soon, but
I'm not so happy.
would be nice to bring that knight around somehow once again.
But at the moment it's not possible, because then black can just take on c4 and b2 is hanging. Okay, e6 is also hanging, but...
I'm wondering why she did not go c3. It looked like kind of a logical move to me, just to get rid of the knight. Is there a tactical justification?
Here I don't see one.
Because if black goes to c6 now at least the bishop is not going to b5, which seemed like a good square, at least in the other position.
Yeah.
And
but also on e6 it's fine.
You mean the knight here?
Don't you think so? Yes.
Yeah, sure. But now maybe I have some other options than putting the knight to c4. Maybe I can bring back the bishop.
And then take everything.
You mean take on a4?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do that, but I would be a bit worried about the light squares in general.
Yeah.
Like if I don't know if I have to take on a6, but this bishop is just like kind of a monster here on this diagonal.
Yeah, I see. And the knights, they don't really have good squares, the black knights.
Yeah, so maybe I'm gonna put the bishop here, kick out the rook somehow, or exchange it, and in the long run, this could be unpleasant for.
Yeah, and I already have the A line and d6 attack, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, but maybe she just doesn't want to play c3, so that's why she didn't do it.
Could be one explanation, but at some point, I'm guessing, like the knight on d4 is quite strong, so I'm guessing that at some point you probably need to either exchange it or kick it out with c3, and exchanging it doesn't really seem to be in white's interest, because you're giving up this bishop and also sort of improving black's pawn structure, I would argue. And the c file is opening up as well.
And what else? Can we play f4? Does it make any sense to play f4 with white?
Yeah, it's an idea for sure. f4, oops. So if I take, I guess I'm taking bishop f4. Yeah. Now at least the pawn on d6 is also a bit of a target. Yeah, that looks like an interesting idea. I was only looking at the queen side for some reason, because, well, it looks like the pawn on a6 should be white's main target, but I like your approach that you're kind of playing on both sides.
Yeah, somehow a6 feels protected. And
yeah, for now it is, because the bishop on b5 is so nicely placed.
Yeah. Okay, but we have a move, and she played knight to t2.
So she went, didn't she come from here?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, I was just making sure.
Okay.
I think that Zhongyi is probably going to be quite surprised by.
I'm also very surprised.
By that decision, yeah.
Is now maybe d5 an idea for black, because sometimes you take over the center. I mean, of course, c5, e5, they can get weaknesses, but I don't know, I'm just asking. Sometimes it's an idea, especially now where she went back.
Yeah, I would be a bit worried about the pawn structure overall.
I'm also, don't get me wrong.
And also even tactically, like I might have some ideas with taking. Now you have to take with the knight, because already queen d5, I guess c4. Well, it's maybe still possible, but it just doesn't really feel right to step into this c4 idea. And if knight d5, I probably don't need to go for c4, because, well, now you could take on a4 at least, and then go with the knight to b4. When all of a sudden I'm not so happy with the bishop on b1 anymore.
Yeah.
So I guess that here some sort of more positional approach would be more called for.
With c3.
Yeah, for example, yeah. I think that c3 would be a good move. And I guess you have to move the knight maybe too.
But c5 is hanging?
Yeah, I thought that, like, I wasn't sure how you would take, and I was hoping for some activity, but because after knight c5 I thought I have d4.
d4, yeah.
When I guess I'm winning back the knight, and if bishop c5 I was hoping for bishop a4, but...
Okay. And I can't take on e7, right?
Maybe you can. I was not entirely sure. So take here, take here. Well, there are many exchanges, and in the end, black is also taking another pawn on b2.
Oh, there are many ideas.
Okay, that's
No.
a bit of a too long of a line, yeah.
Okay, so d5 is not really a good idea.
I would be just a bit scared about the pawn structure. Yeah? Like even if white would take, then you have another weakness on c5 and maybe even on e5. So that's why it might be risky. But I also understand that black needs to generate some active play as well, or at least she wants to probably. Yeah? Because being stuck with this weakness on a6 forever is also not pleasant.
Okay, but she's still thinking.
Yeah, and she might also repeat. It's usually not in Tan's style. Like always when I watch her games, she's always in a fighting mood.
Yeah, very long games.
Yeah, and always playing for the advantage, basically. Always playing for a complicated game. So it would be more in her style not to repeat, but try to use her opponent's. I don't know how to call it, but going back and forth.
Okay.
Because I guess that she must have missed something here or didn't like her decision after all if she's going back.
Yeah. If she didn't like f4, then I understand.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
Okay.
So should we head back to Badelka's game, which was probably the most exciting one?
92.
So yeah, rook d1, castle h4, and I think we saw the position somewhere around here for the last time.
Yeah, she was thinking a lot, and I suggested 92, and finally she also played it.
Your suggestion, wasn't it 92 right away?
Yeah, actually it was
right away,
yes.
Yeah, but it's quite similar, the idea. You just want to get rook g1 now. She decided to throw in h5 first. Which also can be useful, as we saw earlier, because, like, let's just say in an example line like this h-pawn can always be useful because white has the move h6 quite often. Well, now the pawn on g7 is also hanging, but this move with h6 is often an important idea because black cannot take since the knight on f6 is hanging. And otherwise white will get this very strong pawn on g7 if white is able to take. So having h5 can often be quite useful. And here Kosteniuk is thinking for how long already? For 6 minutes, okay.
Not that long, but we can see that the players don't have so much time left.
Yeah,
about
especially
30-40 minutes left.
Especially considering it's only move 15. So.
Okay.
How can black develop? As we saw earlier. Yeah, sorry?
Do you think that Kosteniuk is satisfied with her decision, taking on g2? I mean, it seemed very confident.
It did, yeah. Like, she was not spending a lot of time for it. Just like 6-7 minutes or so. But I'm not such an expert when it comes to identifying body language, so maybe you can help me out. Who looks more confident?
I mean, she was world champion, so I think she knows how to bluff.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for the moment, it's not so easy to say how black can develop because rook g1 is coming and the pawn on g7 is gonna be attacked. So was there anything better at this moment? Like somewhere around here.
Am I crazy?
Well, at least you can go knight f6 maybe.
Sure. Bishop d2.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I thought I can still go for g5, but it doesn't look that enticing. Like, just
okay.
With the queen being on h6, I don't even know
there
if
must be a
if
killing move.
I thought that at some moment white could even think about doing something like this. Like it
attacking, yeah.
Could be one idea. Probably not here because black can also open up the d file, but could be one idea to actually try to attack once again because the last couple of moves it seemed like white's attention has shifted quite a lot to the king side, in fact.
But it makes sense.
Yeah, because black has...
someone you want to get the pawn back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And also it's not clear how white can actually make progress on the queen side, because black is putting all of her forces there to try and prevent the attack. So yeah, that's the position right now. And what can black do against the pending threat of rook g1?
I mean, we always had this queen f5 idea after rook g1,
So
where the bishop is hanging. Yeah.
you mean after knight f6, rook g1?
Yes, and then queen
Ah,
f5.
yeah.
We
Oh,
had
no,
this
queen
idea
f5.
before.
But it wasn't this exact position, was it? Or maybe it was.
And then we had discussed knight d4.
Maybe it was with the pawn still being on h4 or something like that.
I think
Yeah.
so too. Yeah.
Because here again, queen
It's queen
c5.
c5.
This was what we analyzed before. So is there any tactic here? Doesn't seem like it.
No, but it was very interesting. Taking on g7, yeah. And then black has some troubles here with the knight on f6 and the pawn on f7.
For sure. Yeah.
So
And I was even considering going h6 here. It also might be one idea.
Mm.
Rook g7 is probably also quite good, but with the pawn bill still already being on h5, you might have this idea. Because now after taking, there might be some discoveries like that.
Yes.
But also, as you said, rook g7 looks also quite nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would choose white. What about you?
I usually choose the side who is not currently on the move, because well, making a move, especially in a position like this, requires a lot of effort and decisions.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and there are many ways to go wrong here with black, also with white. So, whoever move it is, I will take the other side.
This is really clever. If you could change it like every move, then you're fine.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that.
Still, I prefer white. I think for white it's so much easier.
Yeah. Well, if rook g1 comes, it largely depends on if black has some defensive resource, which we have missed until now.
Probably. But
Like
Alexandra will find.
Yeah. I would guess so too. Like, is e5 one idea?
Yeah, we've been discussing e5 earlier, but
Yes, you take with the bishop. Because, well, or maybe you throw in rook g1, but...
I'm not so happy to take on e5 actually with my king on the e-file. But yeah, probably it's not a problem at all.
Yeah, I understand now.
But I don't like it.
Well, but what does black do once again? This idea with rook g1 is there, and... I wasn't quite sure. I just thought I would throw in e5. Maybe I'll win a tempo somewhere, but... Like, for example, f6 could be useful, just that g7 is not hanging, but... Not sure if it's any good either. You see any ideas here for white? I mean,
I'm just not happy to take on e5. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Maybe it's a good move, but for me it's just this feeling.
But otherwise, what can you do?
Rook g1 immediately,
G1,
then you play queen
f6 or e7. I wasn't sure yet, but probably to f6.
And if I take now, okay, maybe also here. Yeah.
Maybe I can even take with the pawn just to keep the extra pawn.
Actually, I wanted to take now on e5 with the bishop.
Okay. So bishop e5.
Because, Okay, and you can take.
Well, I can maybe also take on f3, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, now it's getting dangerous. If I take on g7, then I'm scared.
Yeah, this knight on e2 is sort of a
Oh.
target, and well, maybe I can play something like knight e7 here.
Mm. But I understand your idea of e5, so I think from the black point of view, e5 gives the best chances.
Perhaps, yeah, because you just need to really develop the king side, and for that you probably need to block this bishop on c3. Otherwise, rook g1 followed by taking on g7 will always be...
And the bonus is also
issue.
that it's getting more difficult for white, because then she has to think, should she take on e5 or not? And maybe somewhere it's really getting dangerous for the white king, so I think it gives the best chances.
Yeah, e5 I think is a good choice practically also.
Yeah, especially practically.
Yeah. In general, I find it quite useful to always try to think about it like this from a practical point, that you want to give your opponent as many possibilities as you can, because, well, if they have many different options to choose from, then it's going to become a lot more difficult for them to actually choose.
Yes, and then they will make mistakes.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, so I would go for e5.
Yeah?
Yes, you convinced me. This is a clever approach. I think she is also thinking about e5, if you're looking at her eyes. But she's not 100% happy, I would say.
Yeah, it does look like she's just not really sure now. And on the other hand...
Olga seems very confident.
Yeah, but I think she always...
Yeah.
She always does.
Have you played against one of these players?
I've never, well, in general in the tournament, I think I've never had any classical games, I think, against any of them. But, well, I'm sort of the same age as Olga, so I know her from many youth tournaments, and I think we might have even played some Blitz or Rapid games there in some youth competitions.
Okay.
But in classical games, I think I've never played any of the participants. But you probably have quite a lot of them, yeah?
I have not all of them.
Oh, okay.
But I played against Olga, which was not the best game from my side. I didn't have any chances, and she was well prepared. And I had a very interesting game against Mariya Muzychuk. Actually, I could have drawn in the endgame, but it was super complicated, some knight endgame, and then, yeah, I of course made some mistakes. But against the other players, actually, I have never played. Anna Muzychuk is actually the same age as me, but we have never played against each other at the World Championships. I have only seen her.
Okay. Interesting insights. Well, so players are already approaching quite a... I mean, actually all of the games, like it seems like we're going to see quite a lot of time trouble today. I think so, at least. Like if we go through all the games, all of them are already quite low on time. Especially Nurgyul, and funnily enough, something which we saw before actually happened. So Vaishali did take on e7 and went for g3, protecting the pawn on h4.
Clever. She didn't forget about it.
And after c5, knight a4. So
okay, yeah.
Took on d4, knight takes d4. I think she has to take, because c4 would actually give white like full control of the c5 square, and you don't really want that. The knight will just always find a safe space on c5.
And then later you play b3?
Yeah, and just try to open the queen side. Exactly. So cd4 was played, knight takes d4, takes, and now queen b4.
What about the endgame, if white would take?
Yeah, I would prefer not to, because at least the rook is getting active now.
Yeah, I would also be happy with black.
Especially if you compare it to before, like with this position, c5 was already It was quite important. Actually, now I'm thinking that maybe you were right from the start, yeah? Just giving up the pawn on h4 just to control the c5 square, but winning this pawn will probably also mean that black is sort of fine, yeah? But it would be one interesting option at least, yeah?
Okay, let's analyze. Taking on h4.
It would have been interesting, at least like a positional sacrifice. And then, well, something like a4, rook a3 or something, maybe rook c1, rook c3. Even have some attacking chances on the king side.
Wow.
Definitely something I would consider in a game.
Yeah, but it really looks nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it must be compensation for sure, right?
Yeah, I would also say so, because just the bishop on c8 is just so bad. Yeah. Also, it cannot probably be too bad for black, because, well, still, she's a pawn up after all, and white will not win the pawn back anytime soon, but it's just like a long-term compensation kind of thing. So you sacrifice the pawn after all, yeah? You did not blunder it, admit it.
Yes.
But g3, c5, and yeah, this is what we got now in that game.
And so now you would keep the queens?
I would like to, but I don't see exactly how. I mean, you would have to go queen d1, which looks sort of wrong.
And then bishop d7, and I don't know, like there's no coordination, just big problems with b2 and everything.
I mean, in general, I guess that white would like to have the endgame. But white would like to have the endgame with the knight on d4. And it seems like the knight is not reaching d4 anytime soon. But okay, let me try rook d1, which seems quite natural to me.
Castle?
Yeah, short castle. Now maybe something like rook c1.
Yeah, much better than taking on b4, of course, because then the a-file and
the a-file opens up for the rook once you take, and the pawn on a2 will become a target. I don't know. Bishop d7 would be nice, but knight b6 is sort of difficult maybe to...
And if we first play rook b8...
Yeah, that's, I think, a nice move. So prepare bishop d7.
So we have to play b3, because bishop d7 is like somehow threatening.
Well, I could also play rook c7 perhaps.
Oh yeah. Yeah, even more active. True.
Yeah, it feels like white is playing for two results, but it's not like the game is lost for black or anything. Black has definitely chances to survive.
Okay, yeah.
Would be my assessment.
Yes, but still I think it was not the best idea to exchange the black squared bishops.
For black, yeah?
Yeah, for black.
I would also say so. And at least it's generally the case. Yeah, maybe in this case it was okay for black because she was in time to break out, but in general you would probably not like to exchange those bishops.
Yeah, but still I don't like the position she has at the moment. So.
Yeah, it still feels like white is definitely in charge here. So a game which we have not seen in some time is the encounter between the Georgian players. So I would suggest we go there. And quite a lot has happened here since we have last
it was such a complicated position.
Yeah, so we saw the position after queen
d6,
I think.
and she decided to take. Oh, see, we haven't think about this one.
Yeah, we did not even discuss knight d7.
No.
Knight d7 and e4. Wow.
Oh. Whoa. Okay. And what's the idea? If I take?
Aha, now she wants to go bishop e3. It's actually quite smart because as we saw before...
Oh, and queen e6 and
then e4 was hanging at least. Yeah. So what we saw earlier, the line was, our suggestion was bishop e3 immediately. And then after queen a6, this position we were not, we didn't think was anything white would probably look forward to, because pawn on e2 is always weak and black has the open files. So that was her idea, to throw in e4 earlier, and now after bishop e3, queen a6, that she already has e4 in and can activate the bishop on g2.
Oh yeah, nicely played, really.
Yeah. So b takes c3, b takes c3, knight e5, a4, perhaps getting knight b5 sooner or later. She played knight g4, and that seems like it's the current position. I guess that rook takes c3 would be a bit too much. But why?
Yeah, I have to think. I mean, there are many ways to get active. For example, knight b5, and you will get back the a7, and then you have a pass pawn.
Yeah, I also thought that that's probably...
Which is, I think, a very strong pawn.
Yeah.
Protected by the bishop pair. Pooh.
I was just not sure if there's rook c4. But anyway, at some point even you can move the bishop and
bishop g2.
And then just take on a7 next turn.
Ah, poor. This looks very dangerous.
Yeah, this pawn can become pretty strong later on. That's true. So she went for knight g4, not really bothering about it.
This is a good idea, because then she can exchange the bishop, and a7 is not like the big problem.
Yeah, that's why also, I mean, probably she didn't want the castle, because then again knight b5 was her problem, I would assume.
Knight b5 is really strong. Such a nice move. Also a4, really strong, positionally played.
a4 is a cool idea to get knight b5. But what do you play after knight g4? Because if this bishop has to leave e3, then maybe the whole plan does not work as effectively.
Yeah, I see my problems. Okay, let me think. I mean, I could give a check. I think it must be something with the c6 square.
So bishop c6 check, I'll go to f8 perhaps.
Yeah, but I'm not so satisfied, because black is threatening e5.
Yeah, e5 is also probably a threat. Yeah.
And the king on f8, I mean, it's not a problem at all. So I think it's not bishop c6. Maybe it's... But knight c6 also doesn't look right.
Yeah, if you give up this bishop, I think it can go wrong for white very quickly, because the bishop will be such a nice piece on c5, protecting a7, attacking e3. And then, yeah, black can just be much better quite soon, yeah?
Yes.
So the worst pawn structure for white, so...
No, we don't do this. Okay, so we have to leave, right? And probably we have to protect c3, because we don't have any attack on a7. I don't like it at all, but what should we do?
Yeah, bishop d2, it looks sort of wrong, but it also cannot be too bad for white. Material is equal, knight b5 is now really coming. So... Still feels sort of alright, even though now the bishop comes to c5 as well.
Yeah, black's pieces are getting active. It's like a complete change after the knight to g4.
Yeah. So I wonder where it went wrong. Like, we were praising a4, but...
Maybe not.
Maybe it's time to praise knight g4, because it was actually a very nice find, yeah? And it was maybe underestimated by Lela.
Okay, but what else?
Not sure if there were any better possibilities earlier.
But is it a good idea that we let black take on c3? Like here, yeah.
Otherwise...
Oh yeah, at the moment it's not possible, true.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh, okay. No, it's not possible. I see, yes.
I mean, I was even thinking about this, but I don't think it can work, just to give the exchange. Try to argue for these two bishops, but I don't think it can be.
No.
Don't think this can be enough. I was hoping for it, but... just trying to get a7, but somehow it's hard to believe.
Okay.
So knight g4 was played in the game, and Lela is thinking.
Okay, so instead of a4, but the problem is also black has knight c4 too.
Yeah, knight c4 as well.
Okay, maybe then bishop d3. No, but I also don't like it.
It's quite difficult to say where white made the mistake here. Because, yeah, well, maybe e4 was...
Maybe this idea taking on d7 and playing e4, like having this weak c3 pawn.
Yeah, because I can totally understand. Probably white was thinking that this looks...
Yeah, it looks really nice.
It looks good because black is still uncastled and the bishops look quite active, and she probably even saw the idea with a4, knight b5, which looks good, but then there's just knight g4, which is
this is a strong idea.
Crushing white's plans with knight b5. And now it seems like black is taking over.
Yes, it does. With the weak pawns. Okay, so after all, probably taking on d7, playing e4 was not the right decision.
Yeah.
Although we really have to say it looks so nice with white.
Yeah.
But then this idea, knight e5, knight g4 is super strong.
Yeah, absolutely. So probably around that point there might have been something better, but it was also not easy for us to see what that.
Yeah, we had ideas with
might
knight
be.
c6 and bishop e3 and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We also couldn't figure out something.
Yeah. So there's absolutely no blame on white, because it was quite a difficult situation, since queen a6 is sort of black's idea to exchange queens and then often just to get a comfortable endgame. And she found this nice idea with e4, which looked very cool at the start,
really
but
cool.
As we said, yeah, this moment with knight g4, and now to me it looks like she's not so happy with the position.
I understand.
Yeah.
Especially when you're thinking, oh, you're having such a nice position, and then suddenly, oh, knight g4. Yeah. I have to say, I really like this idea from Nana, playing queen b6, going for queen a6. This was brilliant.
Yeah, that was a nice defensive idea, to have queen a6, always. Without that, it would be quite hard to get rid of the pin and to get castle. So queen a6 was a nice find. All right, so which game have we not checked out for the longest? Was it the Chinese encounter, or?
I think so. Ooh, see?
Yeah, quite
D5.
a lot has happened here.
And of course, they didn't go for a draw.
Yeah, she did not go for the repetition, which we both anticipated. Yeah. So queen a5, I guess it sort of forces.
Queen a5, yes.
I'm wondering if knight c4 back, if there was.
If this is working, okay, wait.
I mean, just to go back and forth with the knight, which is also kind of hard to imagine that it's any good. But probably black has at least queen c7, which is a better. Which is an improvement over the position, even though now I see that you might also have some pretty nice tricks with this, perhaps. It's kind of an idea which you don't see often, but...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that works. Well, you cannot take on b2 for now because of queen a1, but maybe bishop d2 is there at this moment. Now the queen has to move, and then b2 might be hanging. Am I missing something?
Taking on b1, I don't know. Now taking on b1, but it's not working. You can take the queen, right?
Yeah, I can take the queen, and then I'm up in exchange, even though even there it goes on, but yeah. But it would also be a bit awkward to go knight d2, knight c4, knight d2, knight c4 all the time.
I still don't understand this move, knight d2. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to I have to say what she missed
But,
with that
but it
maneuver.
would have been nice. Again, knight c4 and just
Yeah,
waiting
yeah.
for a repetition, but
But I guess the minimum she can do is also to go to c7, and then the position would be a bit improved. But c3 anyway happened, knight e6, and now b3,
d3, okay.
and here d5.
And now d5, see? But okay, I see that it's much more different than before.
It is also because the pawn on c5 is now well protected. And white has also played the moves c3 and b3,
Yeah,
which were...
weakening all these pawns.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So now whenever white takes here, then after knight d5, this pawn on c3 is quite a big target. But it's overall it's gets quite concrete now. Like there are many different possibilities.
And what do you think is the best move?
I mean, I was thinking
c4.
about
Yeah,
c4.
I was also thinking about c4.
And honestly, I see many different ideas. I wouldn't really like to take here. It's probably playable as well. But I was thinking about d4 here.
Yeah, I was also thinking about d4, and then
If takes, I would just take back.
yeah, and the bishop on e3 doesn't have squares.
The bishop is trapped, and also the knight is pinned on
Yeah.
a4. So I don't see what
She played a move.
white could do here. Yeah, we got a
and
move.
She went for. I can't really see it.
Yeah, at the moment we don't have a clear
knight
view, but
f3.
we see that knight f3
Okay.
has been played.
Logically.
So now the bishop can go back to d2 if necessary.
Yeah, makes sense.
I have to say, I was always just a big fanatic of pawn structures. So here, like whenever I saw the lonesome pawn on a6, I already liked white's chances, which is probably not a correct assessment of the position overall, but still seems like there is some long-term danger with this pawn here. But also black has achieved quite a lot now. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, since white was playing like very slowly with knight d2, knight c4 and things like this, then black get the chance to do something active in the center.
yeah, exactly. But also the pawn on e5 is now target.
As you mentioned, c5 and e5 are getting weak.
Yeah, in this case it's more e5, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay, in worst case, queen c7, but of course I don't want to move back. No, I think now it's time for some active move like d4.
yeah, I mean, you probably have to do something with the pawns, yeah. Seems like it.
Yeah,
at
but
least.
why not playing d4? I like d4.
Bishop d2 perhaps. But as you said, if you just go back queen c7. And this guy on b1 is kind of the problem.
Imagine playing c4.
Yeah, then it's gonna be quite a sad King's Indian. I mean, usually the King's Indian is often bad because of the bishop on g7, or in this case on g2. But here on b1, it's probably even much worse. But what else can you play for? Try to put some pieces on the c file, but it all looks a bit slow. Also not clear what black is doing, so maybe some slower moves like queen c2 or queen e2 could be considered. Or bringing the knight to c4 could also be one idea. I actually like knight b2 here. Maybe I'm threatening c4 now. They also have the idea of getting knight c4.
Yeah.
So it's a fighting position now.
Really
not
fighting.
Not clear, at least practically speaking, who's better and why. But as you said, Veronica, it seemed like white probably had better options because she was sort of repeating moves and was not entirely sure where to go. So does seem like black probably won some time here. And in this case, yeah, this move with d5 seems like it's
Yeah, but what else actually?
a good option.
Okay, I'm interested what happened in the game Nurgyul against Rameshbabu. If they exchange queens. Oh,
Yeah, they did exchange queens. So we just maybe have a brief look at this, and then we're gonna go on our second break before the time trouble starts, which is gonna start quite soon. So yeah, she did take on before, which is quite surprising, yeah. Well, I guess that her argument is that the pawn on b4 can also be a weakness. Like if knight d3 comes at some moment, then it might be not so easy to defend it, but still seems like black's activity is more important here.
And how to continue? Immediately bishop d7?
Would look quite logical, yeah. And then king e7 on the next move.
Yes. I don't really understand why it took on b4. I mean, compared to the other position, this looks okay for black.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery. Well, white is still for sure not worse or anything, but it seems like it lets black off the hook a little bit. Okay, so we will go on our second break now, and there will actually be an interview with the tournament director and at the same time the president of the Austrian Chess Federation, who has put in so much effort in this event. I mean, well, we both know how beautiful the playing venue is and how much time and effort it took to organize this event. So please, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the interview with Michael Stöttinger.
Yes, see you soon.
Hello from Schüssel-Murtaf here in southern Austria, where the sixth leg of the Women's Grand Prix has just been opened. I'm joined here today by Michael Stöttinger, the president of the Austrian Chess Federation and the director of this tournament, who's going to tell us more about this event and what's being planned. First of all, thank you for hosting us here, and thanks for finding the time for this interview. What does this event mean for Austria and for Austrian chess?
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for us because it's the first FIDE event we are hosting, and it's a great experience. We decided for the Women Grand Prix because we want to especially support women chess and girls chess in Austria. And of course, we want to try cooperation with FIDE to maybe looking forward to future events.
When you talk about supporting women's chess in general, but women's chess in Austria, what's the status of chess in Austria? Is there support for chess? How popular is chess?
I would say it's quite popular. We have the usual situation where all this COVID lockdown thing supported us, also with media online situation with the TV series, which is of course a big asset. And with the ladies, we are in a situation like most of the European countries. It's growing, but it could grow faster, of course. And in general, the wide majority of players is male, unfortunately.
Let's talk about the venue and the place. We're playing in a Schlüssel, a small castle, let's call it. What would be English would be a manor, probably. And also we have a Formula One racing circuit nearby. This is such an unusual place. How did you decide to host this event here?
It was actually in coincidence that a couple of years ago I was invited to this place, and it's for me it's absolutely outstanding. There is the castle, there is the horses, there is the huge park, there is this orangery, which for me was absolutely outstanding. If you would see it without any connex, you would think it's in the United Kingdom, somewhere around a manor, as you said. And I immediately had the idea that this must host a chess event. Of course, can host only a small chess event, but nevertheless. And when we decided to do the Grand Prix, we said, okay, we can do it in Vienna, we can do it on the countryside. And one of the main stories of Austria is like all this countryside-related experience. And we thought it's perfect. It's we also are the exclusive guests, so it's only us, being hosted in this fantastic venue. And we think that the glass house as the playing venue is something very special. I think it's done first time and will be huge advertisement for chess and women's chess in general.
Yes, well, when this opening ceremony was happening just now, I was thinking to myself, I can't remember that many chess events opening with a brass band, with people saying pros, drinking good Austrian wine, everything being so beautifully organized and executed. And here we are also, you're having a lot of surprises prepared for the players. Like there'll be a free day where there'll be a lot of events. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, the free day we want to host players and sponsors. That's why we will furnish them with a Michelin star dinner, also executed in the glass house. We have a show kitchen and we'll host approximately 40 guests. And we will also play a blitz tournament. As it is a Women Grand Prix, we have a very exciting prize. The first prize is an MS bag. And we also have the pleasure to host some of the most gifted Austrian young female talents. And they will play the participants of the Grand Prix in a blitz tournament. And we will see, maybe we will have one or two surprises, hopefully. And we also have the pleasure to host Vijay Anand, the world champion, FIDE deputy president, will also comment on 2 days. And he will also spend some time with our youth players, and we're very proud about that.
And are you rooting for anyone particular in this event?
I cannot root for anybody. I should say I root for Olga Badelka playing for Austria. Of course, I cannot root for anybody. I have a special soft spot for Alexandra Kosteniuk. I'll tell you why. Because I'm not a grandmaster, so basically I don't understand what the ladies are doing. But I remember the game, I think it was from the World Blitz Championship or World Rapid, whatever, when Alexandra had to mate with knight and bishop, which is quite complicated, and she had almost no time on the clock. And this was so fascinating and exciting to watch it. And this was something even I understood completely. So it was nothing I needed a broadcasting or a Vijay Anand to explain to me. And this was such a fantastic experience. I once practiced myself, but I think I couldn't do it anymore, even with much more time. And so I'm a huge Kosteniuk fan since this experience, but in general, I'm wishing for very exciting games, for attack games, for many decisive games, you know, and at the end of the day, may the best woman win.
Thank you very much, and good luck to all of them.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix in Austria. And after this short break, we have got some exciting new moves, and the players are soon coming into time trouble. So this stage of the day is probably going to be the one with the most excitement for the players, but also for the viewers. For us, yeah. And the game we were or are most excited about is between Olga Badelka and Alexandra Kosteniuk, since, well, from the start it has been quite forcing and very sharp. And now it seems like we're sort of reaching a climax. So we saw this position earlier, and yeah, Kosteniuk surprised probably everyone with his move knight h6. What can be the idea of putting knight to h6 instead of to e7 or to f6?
Yeah, knight f5 probably.
Yeah, knight f5 is most likely the idea. So rook g1 and now queen h4. And here one idea which we have actually not seen earlier, this move bishop a5 was played by
Oh, wow, she took on c4.
Badelka. Yeah, so she's ready to give up the exchange.
Yeah, but there was no other option, right? b6 is not working, then I can take on c6.
Yeah, this seems quite dangerous. But I like giving up the exchange because, well, I think that this bishop might be even more important than the exchange in many moments. But I don't see anything better than bishop a5 either. Knight h6 was a nice move. Because now taking on g7 is never an option because of knight f5. So that was a good spot by Kosteniuk, and queen c4, b3 is on the board now. Gaining a tempo on black's queen. Not so clear where it's going. Can I go to b5, for example?
And now we are taking the rook.
I'm gonna take back.
Yes.
And still, that's the issue, that rook g7 doesn't work because of knight f5.
But you know what's really funny? Like, look at both of the knights from black.
Yeah, it's great that you mentioned that. Yeah, didn't even notice it before.
Like, this is the new style of chess.
You don't see that often, yeah.
And it's good. That's the interesting point.
Well, that's that's another question if it's actually good, but it doesn't seem like it's bad at the moment. So Kosteniuk is thinking after b3. Olga down to 12 minutes, which is quite concerning, considering the fact we're only at move 18 so far.
Yes. But understandable, it was a very complicated position and it still is.
Yeah, that's true, of course. So b3, queen b5 seems quite logical. At least forcing white to take on d8 now.
Yeah, and she played queen b5.
Yeah. So I guess we're gonna see takes. And now what can white do? So black has 3 pawns for the exchange after all, which is quite a lot of material.
Yes, and somehow I don't like white's position so much anymore. Like before, with all these active pieces and the problems with the queen, I really enjoyed it, but I don't know. I miss my bishop.
Yeah. On the other hand, this pin is a bit difficult for black to break, unless knight f5 comes, of course, then it's easier for... Well, what about knight d4 here? This seems quite decent. Just want to avoid knight f5. Maybe you're going to give a check with queen a5 and then just something like king f1.
And what about queen c5?
You mean right away, or?
Oh no, maybe the check is nice. I'm not sure if it's necessary.
Queen c5 is one option, yeah. Also maybe bishop e8 now, maybe the bishop can move.
Yeah, true.
I would be quite concerned about this actually, because now this pin is quite...
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. The position is not so easy for white anymore. Before, I liked it more.
Yeah, it's hard to say though where it really went, or if it even went wrong. The position is just so complicated, it's very hard to...
Probably it didn't even go wrong.
Well, bishop a5 was an interesting moment, but otherwise knight f5 is just gonna come. Actually, I'm curious. If knight f5, there is bishop d8, which is also attacking the queen, because that's something I missed. So knight d6 isn't working because bishop h4.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, knight f5 would be actually probably quite a good move. But okay, let's head on back to the game. So Olga down to almost 10 minutes.
This is crazy. In such a complicated position.
Yeah, and actually now I would even argue that White's king is maybe a bit weaker than Black's
Yeah.
king is.
Exactly. I really started to not like White's position anymore.
Yeah,
Maybe there was something better than bishop e5, but I don't see what. This knight h6 was really strong.
yeah, a move which we completely missed. We have to,
Yeah, we
to
did.
be honest here.
Yeah, we did.
Maybe I can play a move like queen e7 or something. Just so that after knight f5 I can maybe take on
Yeah.
f7. Yeah, so now if knight f5, I guess you can even sacrifice this pawn, but at least I'm picking up one for the moment. Unless my queen is getting trapped, but not at the moment because of the rook on d1. I was thinking that this might be one idea, because if the rook is not on d1, then it would be trapped, but
Yeah.
unfortunately the rook is on d1, so queen d7 just wins on the spot. Yeah, maybe queen e7 is interesting in this position still.
Yeah, prophylactic move against knight f5.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. I'm not even sure what White's next move is, because I still cannot take on g7 and
Yeah, that's what I'm meaning. Now for Black it's so much easier. Just go for knight c7, knight d5. Finally, the first knight has a nice place.
yeah, I like knight c7 honestly. Looks like a good idea.
And then later knight f5 and beautiful knights.
Mm-hmm. And knight d5 could also come, yeah. Difficult.
Only 8 minutes left. And very difficult position for White,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, it's probably still like White is still in the game for sure. It's not like the game is over, but seems like it's shifting towards.
Like before, Black had some difficulties to solve it, and now I think it's the same for
Yeah,
White.
that's how it definitely feels to us. All right, so down to 8 minutes. Before we go back to this game, perhaps we can go to Nurgyul's game, because she's also running quite low on time. Olga just made a move, which, yeah, I guess we need to see which one it was.
Knight c3?
It was knight c3, yeah,
Okay.
which we did not
No.
consider as well. My sort of problem was queen f5, I think, but there's yeah, what's the idea after?
Good question. I have no idea. But I think Alexandra will play it, so
Queen a5
let's have
seems,
a quick look to Nurgyul.
yeah, sounds good to
Vaishali.
me. So this was the end game which we saw: bishop d7, rook d1. Yeah, basically all what we saw. The plan was bishop d7, king e7, and now rook d4 happened. So yeah, this pawn is in fact a weakness, as we sort of
Yeah, but
predicted.
rook b8, and what should happen?
We're
You
gonna
mean
take this
knight
rook, I
d3
assume,
or
yeah?
what? Yeah, I want to keep my other
Yeah, I
one.
think that knight d3
Knight
is the
d3?
idea.
Do I have problems? Or what's going on?
Well, at the moment, I would like to capture him before. And if you play b3, then I'm just gonna play a3, and then this pawn is gonna be
I know.
a long term.
What about instead
Yeah.
rook a4.
And if b3?
Is it so bad? I tried to play against a2, but maybe it's just not working.
Yeah, that's an idea, huh? To play like this, but the knight is protecting it
Yeah.
quite nicely, and also c2 is protected, so the rook cannot enter easily. And white
Yeah,
can, I
okay.
guess, slowly try to improve
Yes, it's not
the
working.
position.
Okay, so move back. There must be something else for black.
So the live position is this. And yeah, Nurgyul below 10 minutes. Well, I thought what you could consider
rook
is
c8.
something like rook c8, exactly.
Yeah, just came into my mind.
And well, I guess you have to take.
But
I was hoping I could throw this in, but unfortunately there's knight b6,
yeah,
which doesn't seem like it's any good for. Like, so king d7, rook b4, but
I don't think it's enough. Rook b7.
yeah, rook b7 is
counterplay.
coming, that's the issue. If black is in time for rook c2, then definitely some activity, but
No.
with rook b7 coming, it's definitely quite dangerous. I was also thinking about playing f6. I also didn't really like it so much. Like, if f4, I'm at least arguing that the pawn on e5 can be weak in some cases. Also, the third rank is now like open. The pawn on g3 can be attacked sometimes. But the bigger question is that if I have enough compensation somewhere here, like white could even take here, and it's probably not much better to what we saw
Yeah.
a moment ago.
Okay. Let me think. There must be something better.
Well, was this so bad if I go rook b8?
I didn't like it.
And if knight d3, b3?
Yeah. I was calculating it, but I didn't like it.
At least you're keeping the pawn for now, and maybe you can bring the rook to the...
But not for a long time. Rook
Yeah.
c1.
After rook c8, rook c1?
Then you have rook c2 probably.
That was my hope, but even that is probably not...
But instead, after rook c8, rook b4.
Yeah, that was the problem, yeah, rook c8, rook b4, and it's not so easy to defend this pawn.
So maybe instead of rook h to b8, we need to play rook a to b8 for this variation.
Uh-huh. The only issue is that now maybe knight
Nah.
a6 is coming. Otherwise, I like that, yeah. It seems like black is in trouble here.
Yeah, but there must be something.
Surprisingly difficult to keep this pawn on b4.
Yes, we didn't expect that. I thought it's easier if you don't take on b4 with the queen, but it seems that this
Yeah.
is easy.
Actually, now I remember that f6 was my previous idea here for black.
And again, after f4, you just take.
After f4, at least I thought I can be sort of happy, but still need to prove that. Let's say I take, you're gonna take back, I guess, with the pawn. And now if I go for some similar variations,
At least you have the e5 weakness.
yeah, that was my hope. Also, the second rank is a bit weak. Still not entirely clear where black's compensation is, but so that was one idea. But she played b3 right away. That's also quite Maybe that's a very good move.
Yeah, we can't take with the knight because of rook b8, and then we threaten to take on b3.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the idea.
And if rook d3, just maybe bishop a4.
Yeah, and bishop c4. Ah, okay, sorry, yeah.
Or
I was
bishop
thinking
b5,
about-
bishop c4.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, the pin. It's not nice.
b3.
Okay,
But hang
and
on,
a3.
if I go
and
a3
then
here.
it should be. Okay,
Is
so
it
what's
transposing?
Not 100%.
Because black has rook c8 now.
Yeah, that's the difference.
In the other position, the rook was on b8.
Yeah. Oh, makes a difference.
So again, knight b3 probably. Well, black can maybe even take this rook, and then gonna win back the pawn. And probably white needs to be careful. Well, still there's rook b4. Oh, that was my mistake. Still, there was rook b4. So it was this line a3, rook c8, and now knight takes b3.
Yeah.
And
But
rook
this is
b8,
fine.
rook b4 should be okay, huh?
Yeah, so I think here is our draw. Or at least good chance for a draw.
Yeah, probably, huh?
Okay. So after all,
But if rook c8, knight d3, now at least you will get a better version, yeah? Rook c2.
yes.
Still not entirely clear, but still white is pressing for sure in all of these variations. But still, I think that Nurgyul found a very good move with b3. I mean, that seems like the best chance she has to...
Actually, the only chance. The
Yeah.
other moves there looked really lost.
Yeah. And now I see that Olga is down to
Olga,
less than 4 minutes.
less than 4 minutes.
And well, in the other games, it seems
Ooh.
like not so much has happened, and they still have some time left. So I think this is sort of the game we need to stay
But,
with now.
I have the feeling that it's shifting completely now. Like, knight c3 was not precise, I think, because queen a5, of course, queen has to go back, just protecting instead of having the queen on e7 actively.
Yeah,
And I mean, rook g4, yeah, but
well, rook g4 has a point, because in some cases she has ideas with b4 as well, or even rook
Mhm.
a4. So it's a nice way to activate the rook. And I'm still, it's really hard to say like who is better and why. Because still this pin is there, and like black could, I guess, go for bishop e8 in some cases. When white probably should go for the endgame. And
but how does the endgame look like?
yeah, probably.
Isn't that a good idea for black?
Yeah, probably this is not something white would really like to do.
Yeah.
Well, 3 pawns are 3 pawns, and in the endgame there is no more attack. So here, black is for sure pushing.
Yeah.
But also it's still not hopeless for white, I would say.
Really? I don't like it for white.
Well, yeah, it's not great, but if I do something like bishop e4, then probably you have to go g6. And I don't know, if I take and maybe even take here to try and ruin your pawn structure. Black is for sure better, maybe much better, but it's not like the game is over just yet, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll see what Alexandra is gonna come up with now. Bishop e8 would definitely look like quite a nice way for black to get rid of the pressure.
Yeah, I think I would go for bishop e8 right now, because otherwise white will play b4 at some point.
Yeah,
And there are no other moves for black instead.
instead of bishop e8?
Yeah, At least I don't see anyone, because, for example, knight c7, then b4. Or if the queen moves back, then, okay, there is no pin.
Yeah, bishop e8 looks natural. I guess you can also make arguments for some other moves, like g6, for example. Just trying to have that pawn
Yeah,
a
true.
protected square. But bishop e8 seems quite natural, and I really guess that white, I don't know, but probably should take. Because where else can a queen even go? If it goes to c2, it's often running into knight b4 as well. And otherwise it can only go to c1, I guess, which also looks quite wrong. So we can definitely see this endgame, and then yeah, probably Olga is gonna suffer here.
Yeah. Okay. So let's have a look at the other games, because
Yeah,
there's
sure.
not much time left.
There is not much time left for almost anyone who's still playing. So what was this game?
Also, she played bishop d2
Yeah, which
to
is
keep the bishop.
still the best choice. Yeah, just try to play it normal. And even though black probably has now sort of a comfortable position, still kind of in the balance probably. Bishop b5 is.
But what else do you want to play? Bishop c5?
Can I not go bishop c5? Just. Well, also here, I mean, white probably has many different moves which are possible. Maybe even bishop e1.
Yeah, I was just thinking about bishop e1.
So, but she played bishop e5 with a concrete idea. So it's, I mean, after AB, I guess she wanted to take on c3, which, I mean, yeah, probably is a draw.
This looks like a boring endgame.
Probably. I mean, if black gets the rook to the second rank, it could also go sort of wrong. But after rook a2, well, there's rook g3 also. So
Oh, rook g3. Oh, yeah.
still not so obvious all of this. So she wanted to simplify with bishop d5. Now if ed5, ab5, the pawn on a7 is quite weak. So bishop e2 happened in the game. Rook e1, and now bishop a6 back. Yeah, so I think that Nana Dzagnidze is totally out of danger here.
Yeah.
And can just try to press for something against opponent c3. But it should still be sort of in the realm of a draw for white as well.
Yes, I'm expecting a draw, actually.
Okay, then at least to have another prediction, I will predict Nana to win. My prediction earlier did not end so well in the Muzychuk games, but for this time I'm more optimistic. So yeah, we did not check out the Chinese encounter for some time now. We missed a couple of moves there.
So d4 was played.
Yeah, bishop d2, queen c7, and she immediately took on d4, c takes d4, and knight b2. So sort of a similar plan what we had earlier.
Yeah, but we were also calculating it without taking on d4, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, my guess is that she didn't want to allow the option to take here and then to put the knight to d4, which actually looks like quite a reasonable extra option for black. So she decided to take first and then go knight b2, knight d7, b4. That's a nice move, bringing the bishop back into the game.
And also controlling the c5
Exactly,
square.
yeah. So the knights cannot go to c5 anymore. Knight d8, also interesting move. I guess she wants to go to
Knight
c6,
c6.
yeah.
Okay.
And now queen c2.
Okay.
Still, I really like the last few moves which which Zhu has played, because she really managed to improve many of her pieces. Bishop on b1 wasn't doing anything. Now it's actually a very good piece on a2. But still, black's pieces are also placed quite nicely. I like what both players did in the last few moves. Like she put her knight to c4 and Tan went with the knight back to c6 to target b4. It looked like they both played it with quite good understanding. So now knight c4. And the queen has to move, maybe to g6. Why did it move in the first place? I wonder. Just going out of the pin, or is there?
You mean why queen d6?
Yeah.
Attacking b4.
Ah, that's the idea.
And after knight c4, is it possible to play knight takes b4? Like counter-attack against queen?
Did not even see this move.
I was just wondering what she planned.
Well, one option would be to take here and then take on e5. I don't know how, but maybe like this. Or like this. But black is quite active.
Yeah.
Like at some point queen c3 might come as well. So is there anything better after? Knight b4. So if I move with the queen to, I don't know, b1 for example, you still have queen c5. Maybe that's not even the only move.
In worst case, I can take on c4.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
But
sure.
okay, then I get problems on a6. So.
Yeah, but even queen c5 I think works just fine now.
So what's the idea? Just really taking on, here and
I guess so, yeah.
e5.
It would be my best guess. So let's say taking with this knight, perhaps.
Yeah, she
Both.
took. She took
She
on.
took on b4.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So in this line, which we just saw, takes, and knight e5. Still, white has some positional trumps. Like the pawn structure is better. Pawn on d4 could be weak in the long run, and this nice square on c4, and also the pawn on f7 is kind of a target. So I thought that black needs to play sort of quickly, like maybe take here and get rid of the knight somehow, maybe.
Yeah, now I can't even play rook c8, right? Because bishop takes f7.
Yeah, that seems like an issue. Well, it's not so clear because probably you can go back bishop c4. Yeah, still it probably goes on, but so she did make a move. I think it was bishop takes b4. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. So you believe this position is better for white after taking on e5?
I like the long-term advantages which white has, but I think that black still has enough immediate threats and ideas to at least hold the balance, would be my guess. Like I guess she's gonna take, and this position we're probably gonna reach. And yeah, taking on e5. I think that Zhu took with the other knight, but my guess is that we're anyway gonna come to this position. And here, well, I thought that bishop d6 would be one option just to get rid of this knight on e5. But
Yeah, makes sense.
knight c4 is there again. I wanted to get queen c3 at some point. That was sort of my idea, to target d3, but here it doesn't really make so much sense. So maybe queen c3 right away. But at least that was my original plan.
Some rook c1.
This one?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And then bishop or knight to c4.
But do I have bishop a3? Then maybe you can take on f7 now.
Yeah.
And at the end, you're probably gonna come out on top. Yeah, very difficult position as well here.
I'm really not sure who's standing better.
Me neither. And I think the life position is still this one, so maybe there is even a more precise move before. Like throwing in rook c8 at least can be considered. Like we saw earlier, there's always this bishop f7 option, but if it works is of course another question. Like here as well. Could try and spend some time here as well to try and figure out what's going on. But yeah. What is happening in the other games? Perhaps Vaishali could be one we
Let's have a
can
look.
go back to.
We
So this
saw
move b3 was, I think, quite a good, at least practical chance, and a3 followed, yeah.
Yes.
Not allowing knight b3, rook b8, which seemed like it gives back very nice active play.
But the next move is a little bit surprising. We wanted to move to c8, right?
That's true, yeah.
Or at least take the other rook. Or am I missing something?
She just wanted to go to b5. Yeah, it's a bit strange because then she could have also started with rook b8, I assume, yeah. But because we were looking at this position mostly, I think, yeah. But yeah, b3, and it's a bit surprising why she did not like rook c8. Maybe it was for this, but it's... Oh, this cannot be the problem, right? Rook b4. I mean, I was mentioning this before. That
But this should be
maybe
enough.
you can also take the other rook. And now just take and go rook c2. Yeah. Somehow it's hard to believe that...
Or even rook b8, right?
Yeah, rook b8, rook a7, I thought that it might be
Oh yeah,
a
true.
bit difficult.
Yes.
But yeah, she went for rook hb8 and rook b5, so... Looks like sort of a more passive defense.
Okay.
And she's down to, well, down to 2.5 minutes.
And now rook c8, probably?
Well, but you're exchanging, yeah.
Otherwise, the rook comes to c7.
Yeah, but if rook c7, there's still king d8, so I'm not sure if it's such a big
And
issue.
oh, but maybe you have a problem after rook c3, knight to b4, and then your
Yeah,
b3
yeah. This
pawn
pawn
is-
at some point, I don't see how black can hold it in the long run. So that's why I'm thinking, at least practically, maybe it's time to at least pretend there's some play in the center with f6. But yeah, after something like f4, it's hard to actually
No.
find that play. So this position is very difficult for black. Nurgyul down to less than 2 minutes. This doesn't seem like it's...
Not a good day for Caro-Kann.
Yeah. Actually, not a good day for both of your favorite openings. Also, the Catalan was not really,
Oh no.
not really an impressive. Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look if Kosteniuk, Alexandra choose the endgame.
There's so many exciting
Yeah,
games. Yeah, down to 3 minutes. Kosteniuk is still thinking. She went for Queen E5 check,
Okay.
and then for Knight C7, keeping on queens, which can be a bit risky because now she's not getting out of this pin. But on the other hand, Knight
Knight
D5
D5
is coming, so this looks
Oh, promising, yeah.
actually very good for black still.
See, she even had time to play h6, so everything's fine.
Yeah, even h6, huh? Oh, it seems like, as you said before, that black is in full control now, and it really shows Alexandra's experience as well.
Yeah.
How she defended this position with knight h6
Yeah, she is really a brilliant defender.
was very impressive. Those moves, and also the exchange sacrifice was something at first we did not really take so seriously, but at the end it turned out to be very effective.
Mm-hmm.
And Olga went for king f1. So the game of course goes on still, but if black goes, for example, knight d5, it starts to get more and more unpleasant, I would say. Also, white needs to worry about queen h2 in some cases as well.
No, I'm pretty sure that black will win. Okay.
Yeah, it's very difficult to which game are we gonna jump. Nurgyul is down to 1 minute. Went back rook b8. I think this game is gonna be sort of a sad story for black because there's just not really a way to find active counterplay.
Yeah, rook c8 was the last chance for some counterplay.
I think so too.
The Georgian game, I'm just interested if the
Georgian game.
Yeah, if it's already draw. Oh, they are close to a draw. Or
Well,
what
she
happened?
won a-
No, she won
she
a
won a
pawn.
pawn, yeah.
Okay, what happened?
So maybe my prediction is finally coming true. Bishop e2, she went rook e1. It's a bit difficult to understand why she went here. Did she miss something perhaps?
I'm not sure. What was the idea? Rook a3 maybe, but you can just take the bishop.
Yeah, it's
And
hard to see. Maybe it was a mouse slip and she wanted to go to c1.
a mouse slip. Yep. But what about rook a3? Then she has to take on d2.
Is that also the
And then
move?
we have rook d7. Don't we have some counterplay?
She took. So you mean rook a3 at this moment, right?
Yes.
Well, then I thought that maybe a move she might have missed is bishop c2.
c2. Oh,
Maybe rook a3 wasn't in fact her intention.
yeah.
But even
taking
after
here.
takes, it seems like it's quite far from a draw. Because the bishop is going to come to b6, and
Okay.
as long as white cannot exchange all of the rooks, it's not a clear way to the
True,
draw.
and f2 is also weak.
Exactly,
Yeah,
yeah.
I see. So instead, she could have moved with the rook to c1 and just protected the pawn, right?
I think so, but still, even then, she would have been in quite a passive situation, but at least didn't lose the pawn just yet. I mean, maybe in fact, the position now, maybe she's gonna get quite a lot of active play. Because I think there is one nice trick. If black goes rook c8, then after takes, white can go bishop f1 or bishop e4, and it's gonna win because of the
Yeah.
back rank weakness. Yeah. So yeah, not so clear what black is gonna do.
Rook a3.
Rook a3. You could also keep the rooks on the board, but then rook c7.
Okay.
Certainly drawing chances. I mean, I guess you have to move the pawn to a6 and maybe something like rook a7. Drawing chances for sure, no?
Yes.
Like,
I think it's too much counterplay.
I can imagine some 4 versus 3 happening if somehow those 2 pawns are going to get exchanged. And most 4 versus 3s are at least in the realm of a draw.
Okay.
Yeah, rook a3 is on the board. But yeah, white has to be quite precise to hold here. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not going to be easy. So, which game is next? So Salimova, yeah, it seems like Vaishali is in complete control. He's just going to try to bring the king to d2 next, and at some point he's going to try to pick up the pawn on b3. And it's even quite hard to see active counterplay for black.
Yeah. True.
So maybe we go back to the
Chinese game.
Chinese game, unless there's big changes here, not really. Yeah, I think this game is still sort of the hardest to make something out of. What exactly is like?
So maybe let's move back some moves. Yeah, like here.
Yeah, so we were at this moment still after knight takes e5, take back, and queen c3 in fact happened.
Yeah. And queen e2, okay.
Yeah, we were mostly considering, I think, this move before. Yeah?
Yes.
But, well, maybe there was just rook c8 here. I don't know, then there's queen d1. That's something she did not like, so she wanted to keep queens on the board. d7, knight c4, and that's the current position we have. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, that this c4 square is sort of always available for white's minor pieces. But on the other hand, this bishop is probably coming into c3. And she went for e5.
e5. Okay.
Which is probably the only plan which white can go for later on, to try and push those pawns. And maybe also put the queen to e4.
And the e-pawn doesn't get weak?
Well, that's always sort of the question in those positions. But, well, if you go for example, rook e8, I guess I can always defend it with f4. And f6 in most cases is going to be quite risky, especially with the king still being on g8. So I like e5, how she played.
Yes, in this game everything is still possible. I don't have any guess about the result. You?
I would say that Zhu is probably, it's shifting more towards Zhu's direction, I believe. Because her plan is now sort of easy. She wants to put the queen to e4, pawn on d4 will be weak, and she wants to just push f4. I guess she's playing f4 at tempo.
Yes, she did.
And black needs to worry about f5 in many cases, sometimes knight d6. If the knight actually comes here, it's quite dangerous because the pawn on f7 is always a target.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing she went king h8, yeah? Tan, I believe, went king h8, yeah?
True. And then f6.
Maybe she's gonna play f6, but it's also not entirely clear what f6 is then threatening. Like let's say I go queen e4, which I would consider.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go f6 now,
The pawn. Okay, you can't take it because of bishop c5. Good.
well, but even if I go, just as an example, if I go for such a move, so if you're gonna take on e5, I'm gonna take back with the knight.
And if you take my knight?
Then I thought I have a couple of options. For example, here, well, I could take on a6 when it's probably heading towards a draw, but even then, my bishop is probably a bit stronger than yours. So also thinking about ideas like this, just to get complete control of the light squares. But yeah, something like this is quite hard to judge.
Bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6. I mean, there are many ideas. You could try to bring the rook to the h file as well. Thinking about this, but black is a pawn up after all, so it's not entirely clear. I was just saying it's not so clear how effective f6 actually is. But probably she has to go for that, otherwise white is just improving the position until the pawns are gonna start rolling.
True. And I mean, she already played king to h8.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, king h8 is probably quite useful because, well, you're just stepping out of this diagonal.
And I think rook p1 was just played.
Rook b1 was played, very sensible move. Zhongyi on only 2 minutes. But yeah, so much is happening. Salimova on 30 seconds. It's so hard to decide which game we're gonna stick to.
Let's have a quick look at the Kosteniuk Badelka game.
Yeah, it seems like
okay.
still
Black is improving.
black is in control, but by any means not an easy win. It's quite far away from that, I believe. Now also the pawn on g7 is kind of a weakness.
Yeah.
Especially if queens come off the board. Okay. And Salimova to one pair of rooks has been exchanged. And I'm guessing that at some point the king is maybe gonna go here. Also rook b4 right away could be one option.
Yeah.
So this seems like it's...
b3 will fall soon.
Yeah, this seems like it's quite one-sided. How about this game? Yeah, this seems like it's heading towards a draw now.
Okay. Can we move back?
A couple of moves?
Yeah, rook a3 was the last move we saw.
Rook c5 is actually a nice idea.
Much stronger than rook c7.
Yeah, just to get the pawn to the rook to a5, where it's attacking the pawn, black's pawn, and also defending white's pawn.
Okay, nice idea.
So bishop f1 takes, and
yeah, okay.
Yeah, this will most likely end in a draw. So, I guess this one is kind of the most unclear to us.
Yeah.
So rook ab1 and a5 has been played. Yeah, what would you think about here with white?
Queen e4.
Yeah, I also like that move. Queen seems quite...
I'm just asking how she wants to protect the pawn.
Well, at the moment I don't think you want to take.
Yeah, not at the moment, but I'm waiting for the right
you
moment.
always have the option, yeah? And the queen is just centralized nicely on e4. It's difficult for black. Well, what if I really play f6? This is also the type of move which I think that Zhongyi would be thinking of playing. How do we proceed?
I'm expecting a draw. between the Georgian players, like very soon. Can we just quickly check maybe?
Yeah, I
what
think
did she took?
I think we
And
should
there
not.
is no counterplay with rook c2 or anything, right?
Well, I mean, worst case, white can,
Rook, yeah, king g1 and rook f1.
or even better, something like this maybe. Put the rook here.
Oh yeah, more
And like the
active
worst case is gonna be 4 versus 3, which
is also drawn.
Lela will also hold with any without
yeah,
any
but it
problems, I
won't
think.
happen. I mean, why
Yeah,
should
most
she lose
likely,
the
yeah.
pawn?
Most
I
likely.
mean, maybe rook c4 immediately.
Yeah, she might get the 3 versus 4, in fact. Probably. I mean, there is still maybe some way to avoid it like this. And if this, there's rook e6, but
Oh yeah.
I think it's quite clear this is going to draw unless anything dramatic happens.
Yes.
The same is probably for this game. I think white can go knight c5, then just take here, not giving any counterplay at all. Seems quite clear.
And taking the rook was no option. Like here, yes.
Yeah, I'm curious actually what was the problem here, taking and going here. And then knight c5 is coming, I don't really see
Yeah.
why she didn't go for that.
Too many
Looks-
good options. And also rook taking rook from black, like now taking.
Yeah, it looks very natural just to
Yeah.
exchange that.
Okay.
Well, but
Yeah.
I guess what she played is also very much
Yeah.
dominating.
Dominating.
The rook is not really going anywhere, to be fair. Just rook b3 and it's gonna be...
Like a beautiful model game
Over.
for a strong knight against weak bishop.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Vaishali played a very nice game today.
Yeah, very strong. And I think it was also due to preparation, like really good preparation with this line,
Yeah, she really surprised.
with bishop b5 and then also later
Nurgyul.
on with h4, and
Yeah,
it was really strong.
absolutely.
Giving black a lot of difficulties.
Sorry?
Yeah, so it was not so easy for black to find the right way
Yeah,
to
for
reply.
sure. Yeah, this bishop e5 idea was quite nice by
I have to
Vaishali.
look it up.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
This game is still somewhat of...
the most exciting at the moment.
Yeah, queen e4 is on the
Queen
board.
e4 on the board. And now you think it's time for f6, right?
I mean, it's at least the type of move which I think she might play, because Tan in general likes to play for activity. And otherwise, there's not really a clear plan on how she can improve her position, I would say. On the other hand, white has a couple of ideas to improve the position. Like king h1 or h3, king h2.
Yeah, f6 happened.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing, of course, to say also why white cannot take. After queen f6, knight e5, I would say that white is quite happy, because the knight on e5 is quite strong. But I think the issue is that queen e4 gives black a lot of activity. Like if we go here, rook takes e4. Now the bishops are opening up, and also the pawn can be quite strong very soon.
Yeah,
So
this is horrible scenario.
Yeah. I mean, I still like this idea with giving up the pawn somehow and then pushing f5. But the question is, what is the best? What's the best way to do so? Like maybe rook f1 is one idea. I don't see what the rook is doing here anymore, and I wanna bring it over to h3 to join the attack.
Yeah, I like your attacking idea.
And just to point out, so bishop c4, fe5.
And now f5 again.
No, f5 was my idea.
Yeah, I like this f5 move.
Because here, I think this just works, yeah? Yeah. Always important to check for those rook f8 tricks, because after rook f8, white would have deflected the rook and would win the queen, but in this case, bishop f8 just works.
And then everything's fine, yeah.
Yeah, more than fine even. So f5 was the idea, and this would be very interesting to see who is faster, but still it seems like if the bishop comes towards the defending side, it's not easy for white to actually have enough attacking options.
And white
Yeah, we
already
do
won.
have an end in.
Let's have a look at the last moves that happened
So
in
rook
this
b3,
game.
bishop a6, rook c3, king d8, knight a4.
Yeah, okay. I mean, white has everything under control. 2 pawns.
Yeah, and also rooks are gonna get traded
Yeah,
on the next move. So
yeah. This is not fun for black anymore.
yeah,
Yeah, nice preparation and beautiful game played by Vaishali.
yeah, it was really a fantastic game from start to finish. Especially the opening preparation went I think pretty well, and well, the moment which we anyway sort of shouted out was this one right here, where she exchanged the bishops, and then later on, as we saw, it ended up in this sort of nightmare scenario where the bishop on c8 just ended up being quite a passive piece. And how Vaishali played was quite impressive, to just put pressure on this pawn, and she won very convincingly in the end.
Yeah, so we have this first victory in this leg.
Yeah, exactly. Vaishali made a very strong start to the event, so that's a good sign for her to win a game as clean as this one. Yeah, this is gonna get quite complicated now.
Oh, knight d6. Oof.
I have a hard time understanding all of this, so if
I also don't understand
he
yet.
takes d6,
Takes.
well, black can take many different things.
Yeah.
So to
Isn't
start,
the easiest to
this
take
one,
on d6?
yeah, I have rook b5, right? Or I don't.
Rook. Wait.
Rook e4.
Taking here.
Yeah, there's just
And
nothing.
there's nothing because you can't take. Okay.
I'm not sure what her idea is here.
Did you miss something?
I'm guessing so.
I don't understand.
She must have missed it. I mean, she was surely playing for some back rank ideas, but like this was for sure, I mean, this was quite obvious, and that in the end, black has, sorry, always some issues with the mouse. That in the end, black has tricks with the back rank because of rook b5.
Yeah, here it's working, but in the other variation, the queen is protecting the rook on b8.
Exactly, yeah. So if queen d6,
So, do you think she missed it? Or are we missing something?
how is she looking?
Focused.
I mean, she's thinking after bishop takes d6, which is probably not a good sign, because
Yeah, because usually you just retake, and I mean, what else?
yeah, this must have been her idea to take on b5. But yeah, there is simply nothing after rook e4. b8 is protected.
Yeah, I think she missed it.
Yeah,
Oh.
this might be quite a turnaround.
And this is really bad for her because we discussed earlier that she really needs these points
Yeah,
to
yeah.
qualify for
her
the
it's
candidate tournament.
especially important, yeah.
Hmm.
That's heartbreaking if something like this happens. It looked like she was
Yeah, such a
kind of
beautiful game.
taking over, but well, also after f6, it's not easy what you can actually do. But yeah, 96 seems like a big oversight. And she's down to 1 minute. Should we check out what's happening in Olga's game
Yes, please.
in the meanwhile? And wow.
Ooh, a lot happened. Okay, so
Yeah,
let's move back.
a lot has happened here. They're reaching time control now. So
Even a little earlier.
yeah, I think we were around here, huh?
Yeah, around here is fine.
So she went king g1. Alexandra was just slowly improving her position. Yeah, as I said earlier, this pawn on g7 actually turned out to be quite a significant weakness.
Mm.
And what is going on now? Is Olga winning? The bishop on rook d8, h6, bishop
What?
d7, queen a3. a7 is attacked.
Yes.
I think she played a5, yeah.
What about b4? f4.
Wow. The knight
Okay.
is gonna get trapped. The knight has no squares left.
No. What? And it's move 40.
That's crazy.
Okay, that was a little bit too fast for me. Can we move back, please?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So
So,
this whole thing here is kind of
so
crazy.
g6, yeah, otherwise the pawn is dropping on g7, yeah, so.
What I really like is that white made like this castle somehow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it was not an actual castling, yeah, it was an artificial one.
Yes. And what I also enjoyed is that black was just making progress, like, yeah, putting a king on c7 and playing so slowly.
Yeah.
It was fascinating.
But at some point this weakness on g7 just turned out to be
yes.
an
This
issue, and now just
weird.
rook h3, and I think the game is just over.
Okay.
Yeah, rook h3 is on the board, queen g4. But she's just gonna take on e5, and I think that black can resign. That's quite an insane turn of events.
Yeah, see? And I think Alexandra is looking
Yeah,
at the score sheet and thinking what went wrong. Yeah,
she
see?
looks very disappointed,
She
which
doesn't
is
really know what went wrong and what she missed.
yeah, it's a very painful game since we thought most of the time she's in more or less complete control, and that she's not really risking much.
Okay, so why did it change? Like the whole game?
Well, now in hindsight, of course, it's always a bit easier to say, but maybe this move with h6 was probably not a bad decision, but at least later on
Yeah.
I
I didn't understand this move actually.
well, I would assume she wanted to avoid knight g5,
Okay.
which also makes a lot of sense. And also h6 does look very reasonable, but a safer move perhaps would be something like g6.
Yeah, G6.
And also what we said earlier, right? Like at some moment there was bishop e8.
Yeah, bishop e8.
I think at
and
this moment, yeah.
Yeah, why not go for this? I mean, this could only be draw or winning for black, right? I don't
It
see how
looks-
white could win this.
Well, maybe keep queens on the board, but then it just looks a bit strange. Yeah, and if white takes on the 8, then there's nothing. Then there's nothing for white left to play on, at least not in a winning sense. So I think that was probably a good moment
Mm.
for black.
Okay, but the real mistake
Yeah, the real mistake, that's another great question. I mean, around here it already felt like it's shifting a little bit. I guess that was the big mistake. Like if she
G6?
goes G5, then white probably has to take en passant.
Oh, that's true.
And then after knight G6, I assume,
Yeah,
queen H6, black is still not really risking much, yeah? Like,
Yeah,
I mean, at least
Big
it's
difference.
not clear, yeah? White also won back a pawn, so it's,
okay, I think she already resigned.
yeah, it makes sense. Very painful result for the former world champion.
Yes, but good for us Austrians.
Yeah, of course, yeah. First
Especially
rounds.
inside of Austria, like first time having such a big tournament here, FIDE Women Grand Prix, and then in the first round
Yeah,
winning for an Austrian against a very strong opponent,
against the
former
former
world
world champion,
championship.
yeah.
Yeah, so really nice result.
Yeah, absolutely. So great fighting spirit by Olga Badelka in today's game, keeping on the fight until the very last moment and then actually turning the game around completely. So let's see what happened in this game. Wow, Rook B5 happened.
Okay.
After
Did we
bishop
miss it?
D6.
Or
Well, now white is down an exchange, so of course she sort of twisted the move order, and now of course, well, now black cannot take on D6,
okay, yeah, makes sense.
and also taking on E4, I guess, is sort of risky, because D7 is gonna come, and also E5.
Mm.
So she decided to go back to D8, and now we've reached the 40th move. And she's thinking, but it seems like she's just gonna lose the pawn on D6, so. Because, well, if the queen goes to F3,
queen.
then black is gonna take on D6.
Yeah, but queen C6 instead, then
And
rook,
then rook
to
B6.
B6. Oh, okay.
I
I was
guess
even
that's
thinking about rook B2, but yeah, just
Also looks good,
just
yeah,
get
but
the pawn. Yeah.
just pick up the pawn and enjoy.
Crazy.
So that's
okay,
also
and
a
the
big.
Georgian game already draw or not? Okay.
No, I guess that Lela will still have to suffer in some 4 versus 3 endgame.
Okay. Can we move back, like we had? Yeah.
Yeah, so here.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was not here. Rook C4 was what we looked at, I think.
Yes, rook C4, and then we had check and rook D7 with the idea of taking on E6
Yeah, exactly.
and
Yeah.
keeping a pawn.
So Rook C4 was one idea. Rook D8 check, King G7, and Rook D7. With the idea of Rook E6. But she played Rook C2, which is probably a good practical choice because it's probably forcing white to stay passive. I mean, there was this idea to try and get the rook to F4.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it could be a bit risky because of E5 or G5. And then the rook might at some point run out of squares. So I can understand why she just wanted to play it safe. And yeah, pushing the pawn, King F5, and also have reached move 40. So that's still gonna be some problems left to solve, yeah. If A7, she's
then
probably
rook C7.
gonna go F6. Well, I think she would like to keep both rooks on the board, if she can, because it will
Okay,
increase the
then it's
winning
easier.
chances.
Okay.
It's easier for the attacking side in most cases, because, well, at least this rook is paralyzed. But also it might not be even possible to break through if white has this rook here and the other one just on E8, yeah? So it's a draw no matter what, but black has to be quite, well, white has to be still kind of careful. So in that game, yeah, not...
Also a long think, but yeah, it seems it was just a mistake to play knight to D6.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
D6 was a big blunder. So since this game is probably still gonna take some time. So we're gonna go on a short break, and yeah, there is also gonna be an interview with Anna Muzychuk. So we're gonna be right back.
First round, first game finished at the final leg of the Women's Grand Prix here in Austria, and we have Anna Muzychuk joining us. Anna, you're one of the players here in this tournament who has mathematical chances to win the Grand Prix if you perform well in this tournament. Has this influenced how you have prepared and how you're going to play in this event?
Yes, it's the last leg, the most important one, where everything will be decided. But still, I think the best is just to focus on the tournament and only closer to the last rounds, maybe change your strategy if it's needed. But otherwise, yeah, better just to play game by game.
Often in these tournaments, you play side by side with your sister, and usually you play in the first round together, and usually these games end in a draw. Is that more of a help to you, or is it sometimes a hindrance? Because obviously sometimes you need to chase for points and obviously you need to win.
Yeah, it's just that the situation is like that, and you have to be paired in the first round. So I don't think I have much choice.
We have seen a lot of women's events taking place in recent years, more and more. That is to say, and now we've seen the Women's Grand Prix increase from 4 to 6 legs. How do you feel about the increased number in the the tournaments in the Women's Grand Prix series, and in general, do you feel there's more support for women's chess nowadays?
Yeah, maybe I will start with the last question. I think the situation in women's chess is getting better. We have more tournaments, the prizes are increasing, so I think yeah, it's getting better and better. Still, of course, we don't have so many tournaments as like open tournaments, and the prizes are still lower. But anyway, I mean, we see many positive changes. And as about increasing the number of the legs, I think still like each of us plays 3, so we don't play more. But it gives the opportunity for more players to join the event, because obviously with 6 legs we have more players totally. So yeah, like personally for me it's more or less the same once again, because I still play 3 legs, but I believe that many young players, like for example Starula got a place, yeah, and Olga got a place, so I think for younger this is a good change.
You've been in the chess landscape for many years at the very top. How has the chess landscape changed in the past years, in your opinion?
Yeah, now the tournaments, I think it became broader, yeah, so now more countries are involved and it's more interesting, and yeah, I appreciate it.
And finally, let's get back to the venue. I mean, we're playing in a remote part of Austria, in the hills in southern Austria. We're in a small castle. Here we are, we're playing in a orangery in the middle of a big park. How does the scenery... What do you think of this scenery, number one? And number two, how does that affect your play?
Okay, it's still too easy to say how does it affect, because the tournament has just started, so we will see in the end. But about the place is nice. Maybe it's a bit too far and it's a bit too complicated to get here, but when you are here, it's really good. And the hotel, the playing venue, the food, the silent area, I like it.
Okay, excellent. Well, thanks a lot for your time. I wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back. There are only 2 games left, and we have seen a beautiful win by Vaishali and also a win by Olga Badelka. The game between Alexandra and Olga was really complicated and interesting, but in the end Olga could win it. And now we have only 2 games left, and here we see the game between the Georgian players. What do you think about King H3? Such a weird move.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised seeing that. And honestly, I have a hard time understanding what happens after rook takes f2.
Yes, same. Okay, wait. Rook f8?
Immediately, yeah, rook f8. Well, they're just...
No, not maybe immediately, but why immediately? Can I take the rook?
And then rook f8, you mean?
Yes. With the idea of a7, a8.
Just like this, I'm not in time, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You're completely right.
But still, it's weird. I mean, king h3. What's the idea behind it?
Yeah, because, I mean, she cannot go f3 or
Yeah,
f4 because it's
she
going to be
can't.
checkmate.
So, and if she's just waiting, then
Maybe her idea was to prevent king g4,
okay.
but,
Is it really a threat?
well, that's another question. I mean, as long as f2 is not hanging, it cannot really be a bad move either, because the king can always go back to d2.
Okay, but I can go for f6 now with black.
Yeah, still, okay, now I will maybe decide to go back, yeah.
And I know you still want to keep the rooks, but I think it will be the right time to pick up the pawn with rook c6.
Yeah.
Or what else do you want to play?
Well, I was thinking
E4?
that I could go for e4, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Oh, I understand the problem now. Because even if I move somewhere else with the king, then you have e3 and
Yeah, and the second
maybe
rank is
someone
gonna...
I get checkmated. Yeah,
Second rank is
after-
gonna open up,
yeah.
and then it will be difficult. But what I was saying before, that, I mean, with white I would maybe thinking of just giving up the pawn and now staying with a rook like this, and I don't see how black can
Mhm.
really make any progress.
Yeah, true.
Well, black can always play a million moves here and try to squeeze something out of it, but the objective of evaluation is in all of these cases a draw. So f6 has been played. Should we go back to
Yes,
Tan
to
against
Chinese
Zhu,
game.
which,
She,
yeah, I'm not sure.
she didn't get the pawn. What happened?
There is queen d4, which we just completely ignored before. We were only considering queen c6 and queen f3.
Yeah, that's true.
So you have obviously queen d4 and rook b4, rook c4. Queen b6 might look attractive, but after the exchanges, white has d7, which I'm guessing was her problem.
This will be dangerous.
Well, I still have rook b8 in the end, but doesn't seem like what black wants, probably. So she went for rook b4 and now queen d7. I think this is the live position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now when she can keep the pawn, then I think she has enough compensation. Don't you think so?
If she takes on b4, yeah? Yeah, I'm also wondering.
Just rook d8.
Yeah, but now even the bishop against rook endgame might not be so clear. Like if we have an endgame like this where I exchange queens.
Mm-hmm. You mean it's draw? Or what do you mean?
At least very good wrong chances. Like I will set up g3 and h4, and without this pawn it's probably lost, at least in most cases. But with this pawn, at least it's a pawn, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this might not be, well, it's for sure not a simple conversion, yeah. Maybe objectively even this could be a draw.
So do you think that her move knight d6 wasn't even a mistake? But she was planning to get this position.
No, I think that's sort of impossible. I'm quite sure that she blundered that she doesn't have this back rank mate after e takes d6, queen d6, what we discussed earlier. That
Yeah.
probably rook b5 was her intention, but there's rook e4. And b8 is protected. That was probably what she missed. But okay, instead, I mean, white has a couple of options. Probably black is also not really worse, yeah? We were a bit overexcited for white, perhaps. At least I was earlier.
Yes,
With
we
ideas
were
like
very
rook
excited.
yeah, with ideas like rook f1 and so on. But it's not so clear, huh? But still, I think 96 was surely a blunder. And but yeah,
Did
this
she already take? No, she didn't.
it did surprise me why she went for queen d7, like,
Yes,
and also rook b4 a little bit.
same for me. Oh, she didn't even take. She wants to keep the pawn. I like this Chinese fighting spirit here.
Well, I can understand queen d7. Otherwise, maybe d7 is coming, and then rook c8 in some cases could be there at least before that. Like d7 and rook c8 is sort of an unpleasant threat. So I think that's why she went for this. And queen d5, yeah? Well, if she takes on b4, maybe there are some concrete problems. Because the king is quite weak. I mean, queen a7 is just winning on the spot, right?
Oh,
That does.
yes, we missed it earlier.
Yeah. That's sort of an easy explanation.
Yeah, true.
And otherwise, taking probably only favors black because now
Yeah.
the pawn is...
If it's not working with queen takes, then of course.
Yeah. So queen d5 is what she played. It's still gonna be some conversion task unless the queen is coming in with full force. Like, can I go queen a7 maybe?
After king f1, you play queen e3.
I was at least hoping for it.
And yeah, okay. Yeah,
Don't really see how to...
I was just thinking about rook e4, but you can just take twice. And
Yeah, at least, I mean, there are
and
so many
my
threats, also queen c1.
d7 is too slow.
Yeah, but that's probably the best for black. Just taking, and if d7 there is queen e1 checkmate. And also if queen a8 there is rook e8, which is also an important detail. Wait, there's queen g8. What are we talking about?
Ooh.
There is queen g8. But on the other hand, maybe something like queen e4 will just be an easier way of winning.
Now it's also important that black still has the e pawn.
Yeah, now it's again important now. But this seems like he's winning again. Now queen e1 is a threat, and also taking on d5 followed by rook d8 is unpleasant.
Okay,
So yeah,
I don't
queen-
want to let your queen in, so
But what else can you do?
yeah. I guess I can't exchange queens, right? Then I'm just lost.
That would have been my
Yeah, I think I'm just lost.
assumption.
But it's not so easy.
Well, it's quite ugly for white, that's for sure, but
D7.
and what about this? Maybe this is winning material? Because rook e1 is a threat. And a2 is hanging.
Yeah, but Bishop e6 for fun.
Bishop e6 is nice.
Background
You tricked me once again.
Yes, I'm having a lot of fun. And then f5 and someone I get happy.
Well, I could maybe take here instead.
Okay, that doesn't make me happy.
And then go rook d4 next, because you have to do something about rook e1 once again.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I don't know, g3 for example.
No, bishop e6.
You can again play bishop
Yeah, okay,
e6,
but
but now I think I'll
yeah.
be...
Does make sense, yeah.
Wait, actually, it's not so easy still, because there's d7. And I'd actually be in trouble
I tricked you.
I'd actually be in trouble with black. Still, it seems like queen a7 is probably quite a good move. There have not been any developments, but...
Okay, and instead d4.
Well, I can also maybe like turn the moves around. Maybe I can start with this one.
Oh, you're so mean. Now you have to show us what happens after queen takes queen.
Yeah,
This
rook
nice
e1.
checkmate.
That was the plan.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, it's nice, yeah.
Okay.
But now you don't have bishop e6. That was kind of my
Clever.
idea.
Okay, so I'm not going for queen c5. I will go for d4 instead. Just blocking everything.
And
Rook b2 again.
I thought so, yeah.
Rook c1. I don't want to play this, but what else?
Well, can you play a move like h3 or so?
Yeah.
And if takes, I thought there's still some hope with d7 and rook d8,
Yes,
rook c8.
Rook c8.
And also a2 is hanging. Probably doesn't work. Check and queen b6, but I mean this is not so
Queen
obvious.
e4.
Yeah, or queen c5 is maybe even more forcing.
Okay, yes.
And it could also go wrong for black. Like, now I don't see what you can even do against all of these threats.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's of course the downside if you move the queen, yeah?
Mm.
From d7 away. But there's still some problems to be solved for black.
And if we just attack the pawn,
You mean the pawn on d6?
yes, with rook d8.
Or with rook d8?
Or is it not working? Oh yeah, then I was thinking about maybe rook c7, queen takes d6 and queen f7, things like that.
But if queen d6 you can again take and go.
Oh yeah, sorry, I
rook
missed
c8,
it. Yeah. Okay, it's not working
So-
at all.
I wanted to avoid this rook c7 from happening in general.
Yeah.
But you also don't want to take, yeah? We didn't even point that out before to the audience, because now white will have the
Yeah.
better pawn structure and push c5, and again it could be going into fields which black does not really want to explore. So not easy for black still to convert this. Let's see what's happening in the other game. So as you said, yeah, finally black is probably gonna pick up the pawn on a7. I think that white went back with the king after all to g2, and we're probably gonna see a 4 versus 3 quite soon.
Okay. Rook b1 was played. Have you ever had this endgame?
Yeah, quite often.
Really?
I even lost count how often I had it.
And Did you manage to win or lose?
Yeah, I managed to win some games. I even managed to lose some games. So many things can happen, but usually, I mean, here White has already achieved this sort of
Yeah.
perfect setup, gaining space. Otherwise, if the black pawns are far more advanced, it becomes a bit harder to defend it.
Yeah.
But if you set it up like this, it becomes much easier to defend. But still, many strong players even lost this endgame. So
Yeah, I also had it once, and actually it was lost, but then somehow in the end I managed to draw because my opponent also made a mistake.
yeah, well, there still can happen many things here. Many 26, many 2700s have lost this endgame in the past. So.
And you think that black will win still?
No, I don't think so. I think that that Lela will hold this quite comfortably just because of those pawns being placed here already. I mean, Nana is a fantastic endgame player, so I'm sure she will try everything in her power to press for a win. But if it's enough, I kind of doubt it.
Okay.
But we will see. There are always miracles possible, as we've seen in Kosteniuk's game. I would say.
Yeah, true. I never expected White to win after all this.
Yeah, me neither. So Nana is taking her time. It still seems like if she's looking for a better option to still keep rooks on the board, but
I don't know how.
yeah, also she just went back with the rook. So I mean, the only other option would be to push e4.
Yeah, but I think that makes it easier for White to defend. Don't you think so?
Well,
Because then you have this rook e8 idea.
yeah, but then at least I will keep 2 rooks on the board. I'm not sure if it's that significant, but so you would just wait here, I guess, yeah? Like
It was my idea, but who knows?
rook e1 and just go back. Yeah, I thought I can go rook e2. Now I'm threatening e3.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I see.
Well, even if you go e3, it's probably gonna be a draw. But like, let's just say I go rook e7, e3. I can probably still go for this. And this is sort of a famous drawn endgame if even black has this f2 pawn.
Okay, so first we need our king on g4 with black. Yes.
Yeah, you could try king g4, but then I might go for...
Yeah, I know. That's why I thought that this would be a nice draw.
Yeah, yeah.
Or is there anything? No. I can't play e3 afterwards. There is nothing. Or?
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe I could try pushing g5 and then going king g4. I guess you would take.
Yes, I have to. But you don't really have king g4. I mean, you can play it, but as soon as you play e3, then I just give check on e4.
And then
Or
after king f5, you just go back, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you are trying h4, then I have checks from behind, I guess.
But hang on, so if I go e3 now, you give check here?
Yes.
King f5?
Am I dying?
Well, now I have rook takes f2 because your king is not on f3.
Yeah. And I can't play.
So now
King
I will
f3.
take with the rook and
Yes.
and probably win this. Yeah?
Yes, you will win this.
I'm guessing.
Okay, so
So this would still be, yeah.
what can I do? Or is it just lost?
I would be surprised if this would. already be...
But what if I put my king on g1? Say you, yeah, okay. King g4, and now I'm just waiting.
Well, but still e3 might be a threat.
Then I wanted to give a check. Oh yeah, then you're
King
moving
h3
to
and
h3 or something like
Yeah.
that.
Well, so there is still some danger here, and with 2 rooks on the board, this was still just my feeling.
Okay, so I
But-
should keep my pawn and make sure that she has to exchange a rook.
Probably that would be best, yeah.
So
And-
after e4,
well, she anyway took on a7, but after e4, I'm guessing that it would still be better to sort of wait with this and
how?
maybe king h3 now. And if e3, there's always rook e8. So that would probably be like the best defensive setup. Just go back and forth.
But I can't wait. Or, for example, a rook, yes.
King g2.
And after e3,
I would still
You
go rook
make-
e8. That was my idea.
oh yeah, that's a big difference with the a pawn. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. And now
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah, and then
even
you
winning
get-
here, yeah, probably.
Okay, okay. Okay,
So
then
that is what-
instead I try king g4. Like,
You mean here after rook
yeah,
e2?
we can make this, king g2,
Yeah, now I thought I can
king
go,
g4.
I don't know, rook g8 or f8. Just, you have to take, then I take on g6, and maybe this is more precise.
Oh, okay.
Well, again, I might be thinking of playing for a win now. After rook a7, rook f6.
And checkmate on f4.
Yeah, probably you will still hold, but
Okay, I'm not losing this.
I'm already becoming a bit excited here.
Overexcited.
Well, you know, I'm getting somewhere. Rook is joining in the game. But okay, this is sort of going a bit too far. This is the end game which we have, and
Okay, so we now know that it's very important to exchange one rook, because otherwise it's easier to win with black.
yeah, at least if those 2 rooks are together on the second rank, because there will always be those mating ideas.
Yeah.
That's sort of what can be so dangerous. But yeah, here in this endgame, there's not really so much which white needs to watch out for. Just try to keep the rook active, give checks whenever you can, and yeah, don't blunder anything. And I think that's that's like the golden rules in this endgame.
The golden rules. I'm excited. Let's see if something will happen.
Yeah, rook a4 does not really announce much just yet.
The idea is probably to play king e4 without getting checked.
Well, but after king e4, there was always gonna be rook b6 when you have to go back. I think the only real plan you can go for is probably g5, but that's only gonna lead to more exchanges.
Yeah.
Other plan would be to go rook a6 and then king e6 and f5, but it's also not clear where that's going, because white can just stay on the back rank and give checks or even attack the pawn on g6.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go back to this game.
Rook
And she went
b6.
rook b6, so she's giving up the pawn on a5. But in return, she's picking up the pawn d6, which seems like a good trade-off overall. As we saw in some earlier lines,
Yeah.
this pawn on d6 can actually...
And now we
become-
also don't have rook c7 because the other rook is protecting the back rank.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the safest way for black to play, because otherwise it could also turn around.
Yeah,
As we analyzed.
As we analyzed, I lost many points there. And
So what to do for white? Isn't it just losing?
Well, you can try to hang on to the pawn for the moment with maybe rook d4, but doesn't spark a lot of confidence
But
either.
I think she played this one. Or did she? Yes.
Rook e4.
Ah, rook
is on the
e4. Oh,
board.
sorry.
Which is also avoiding rook d6 for the moment. Actually, for quite a nice reason. Because rook e8 would not be the right way to take, because then in the end it's going to be mate on e1. But instead you can now take on d6. And now it's working. And in the end it's many back rank mate ideas in this game. The rook e4 was her move. What is back gonna do? Are you gonna take on e4?
No, I don't want to get checkmate on g8.
Yes, queen g8. That's another nice idea.
It happened to us before.
Yeah, to me especially. Yeah.
Yes.
So rook takes e4 is not a good move.
What else? Rook d8.
Yeah, this looks quite logical.
And now
What? Someone took something? It was not rook e4, right? That would be... queen a5 is on the board.
okay.
So now rook d6. Yeah, this game is gonna take on for some time for sure. Zhu is not gonna give up without a fight here. Unless there's some concrete way of being checkmated, then it's not gonna be so easy. I don't know how you're gonna take on d6 with the rook or with the...
Yes, I wanted to
queen.
take with the rook.
Yeah, then something like bishop c4.
Yeah, I have no idea how I can win. I don't think it's possible to win.
You think so?
Yeah.
If I play rook d4?
Okay. Queen e1.
Yeah.
I have to, I think.
But yeah, takes and rook e8, for example. It's gonna be
You
Maybe
think I'm losing this? Yeah,
not losing specifically, but it's gonna be a long
no, it can happen.
suffering.
I mean, queen
probably.
e7, it can happen really quickly.
Yeah, that's these ideas are always quite dangerous.
Ah, no, I don't like this one.
But we have news in the game. She took with the queen, which I think is also reasonable because it keeps the rook on
Yeah,
this
on
file.
the b.
And if you get to b2, it might be quite nice.
Okay, g3 is hanging. Probably bishop c4, but is it
Well, it's
possible?
probably not hanging.
Not really hanging.
I don't know because queen b6 is there, but there is queen d1. Yeah, probably it's hanging, yeah. Let's say it is. Ah, it's not. She went h3, so I think so at least.
Yeah, h3.
So queen d3 is not working because after queen b6, queen e4, there is queen d8 in the end.
And checkmate again.
Once again, yeah. So maybe rook b2 would be one option, but hope again I'm not blundering anything.
I think you are fine with rook b2.
Yeah, maybe bishop c4 and it sort of goes on. Unless the queen is somehow getting to the second rank, it's not so easy. But white's pieces are quite nicely coordinated. That's why it's not so easy for black just yet to get a breakthrough.
And it was important to have the time for h3.
Yeah, h3 was a good move. I like it.
I still believe it will end in a draw.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's quite possible. And what a way to recover for her. I mean, she blundered with this move 96, but then she found like a series of good defensive moves, at least. It looks like that. This idea with rook c4 was quite good. Queen d5, rook e4,
Mm.
and h3, yeah. So giving her opponent pretty hard time. To convert. Yeah, 12 minutes left for Tan Zhongyi. In this game, yeah, quite a lot has
Oh, okay, yeah. Now it
changed.
looks like complete draw. Yeah,
So she took with the king, yeah. Taking with the pawn would also be one option to play for h4, but the rook will just go to the back rank and just continue checking forever. Rook f8, rook g8, and so on. I don't think this gives any reasonable winning chances.
Yeah, but the more pawns get exchanged, the easier the draw.
Yeah,
So-
that's true, of course, yeah. So played h4, and one more pair of pawns
Yeah,
got
okay.
exchanged. Rook h8. And this is, again, quite a simple draw. Of course, there can always go some things wrong. Like I remember, I even lost one classical game in this endgame.
Really?
But it was many years ago, so that's sort of my explanation for it. I hope that nowadays I would not lose it anymore.
Yeah, anything can happen, that's true. You can get tired and just blunder.
Yeah, they've been playing for how many hours now? It's like 4.5 hours almost.
Mm.
So it's difficult for them as well.
Yeah, maybe rook h3 or something, but what to do?
Yeah, it's not even clear how you can. Yeah, well, white can even get h3. Usually, f3. I mean, if I can get the king one rank further, it's maybe a bit of more of a try, but I'm not sure how I can manage to do so. So king g2. And if I'm in time to get e4, at least I get like a small success, but I would say that f3 is now just very easy.
But even after e4, it should be still draw, right?
Yeah, for sure. At least now I can sort of pretend, push f5, like something like this. And then, okay, at least there are some things to solve. Often we see then the pawn coming to f3 and white needs to make some sort of accurate move, so that's one of the few dangers which are here, but I think if you put this pawn to f3 then it's even easier to hold.
Okay.
Yeah, Nana is still trying to.
Is it easier because then you have like one more rank time?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. So if you look at the same endgame, just with pawn on the third rank, then if you try to get the same, like with king e6 and then f5 and then f4, then if I go to this rank, I'm not getting checkmated. So if I go here now, f4, then I can still simply stay with the king here. But if the pawns are one rank lower, then I would be in risk of getting checkmated.
Yeah,
So
makes
that's-
sense. And now after king d5, you're just giving check and
Yeah.
attacking the e5 pawn.
I'm just giving checks, yeah, and my king is safe. I can always go to the first rank now.
Yeah, for example, rook e3. Also, yeah, okay.
Yeah, or rook
or
e3,
this.
I will go to f2, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So rook f8 is on the board. I think they made some other moves. So she started with e4, which is probably one of the...
A good try.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Trying to get the same version as we had before.
And is it now better to move to e2 or g2, or doesn't it matter at all?
Probably doesn't really matter.
I feel more comfortable if I move directly in front of the other pawn.
Yeah, that makes sense. On the other hand, now you'll maybe get checked on this side. So here you might be a bit, on this side you might be more well protected. But probably it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's rook h3 on the board.
Yeah, rook is gonna go to the other side, then king e5, and f5 is gonna come. So e4 is still the
strongest move to
the
prevent
best
f3.
practical,
But
yeah.
it's good to know that f3 is actually a good idea, because I would have never played this move actually, like really never.
Well, we're both learning something here, so
Yeah.
that's good. Yeah, I love those endgames in general. So even though most people are probably gonna be bored out of their minds at this point, I'm actually enjoying this.
So why are they not making a draw? Or other people thinking, why should it be a draw? I have a pawn up. Rook endgames can be very complicated.
Yeah. So yeah, in that game, yeah, she just played g6, trying to
Okay. Is
improve the
g6
position.
stronger than h6? I know h6 is like weakening the white squares.
Yeah, I would say that's the main reason. It's just weakening those squares. And even if the king goes to h7, still there can be back rank mating ideas, because just the light squares are quite weakened.
Yeah, and someone with h4, h5, and
Yeah,
bishop
yeah.
g6 and things like that.
So yeah, after g6, that's not
Yeah.
the case, and the king will be quite safe on g7 quite often.
Yeah.
But still, as you said, this is going to be quite tough to win for black. I mean, if for example bishop c4 comes. Yeah, of course also not easy to defend for white, but I think that we both agree that Zhu has definitely some chances to save this.
And a little bit more time.
Yeah, that as well, yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're gonna go to our last break. It still seems like both of the games are gonna continue just for some time. So we're gonna be right back, and in the meanwhile there are gonna be interviews with the winners from today, Olga, Badelka, and Vaishali, Rameshbabu. So we'll be back shortly after
See
our
you.
break.
Olga Badelka joining us after her spectacular victory against Alexandra Kosteniuk in the final of the first round here in Austria in the Women's Grand Prix. It was such a tense game from the very start. You chose a very sharp opening, and in the end ended up being slightly weaker and then struggling, and in the end everything changed. How are you feeling?
Exhausted, stressed, and happy, of course.
All at the same time. So obviously you decided to play a very sharp opening. Alexandra followed through. She made a mistake early on, but you played still very bravely. But you fell in time trouble, and that was a big issue for you trying to reach the 40th move towards the end. How did you manage to keep your nerve?
That's hard. Okay, she also was thinking quite loud later on, so we both was in trouble, because it was 10 moves for 10 minutes for both of us. So somehow, I was so angry at myself here because I misplayed it. immediately after the opening, so I was like, no, keep fighting, Ola, keep fighting. And yeah, that's it.
Is the fact that you were playing no other than Alexandra Kosteniuk, the former world champion, did that give you extra strength to fight on?
No.
You're the one.
Like in every game, you have to fight, yeah, otherwise.
So it's no different whether you're playing a former world champion or anyone else. Okay, fair enough. And now, speaking about your approach to the tournament, obviously this is a spectacular success for you to score such an important victory at the start. Does this impact how you will be approaching the rest of the tournament?
No, not at all. Last tournament, I scored my first victory in the 7th round, so now it's already done it. It's good, of course, but now I changed nothing, so it's just too early to think about anything. So just one round.
You're here playing as the representative of the home country of Austria. You're obviously based here. How does it feel to be playing here?
Yeah, it's actually so nice village. I usually prefer big towns, but this village, the hotel, and everything's so great. So yeah.
I've heard that from other players as well here, that they prefer the quietness, the atmosphere, that everyone is a bit.
No,
it's not like buzzing.
Movements and I don't know, city never sleeps. That's what I like. But yeah, here I'm really surprised that it's so great. It's a really great hotel, the rooms and spa and food, everything. Yeah.
Do you think this is likely to impact you to be more focused and more concentrated, or does it not impact your preparation and performance in any way?
Yeah, it's never impact. So it just in a town you just have more possibilities to go where to go, what to do. Yeah, and when you're in a village you don't really have much options, but it's okay.
What is your take on Austrian chess? You've been here for some time now. You're part of the system, part of the team here. What's your take on Austrian chess, especially women's chess in Austria?
Yeah, I hope we're gonna fight with a team, with a women's team. And next will be European team, yeah, in Batumi, I guess. Yeah, so we'll fight.
And in terms of the women's chess in general, with the Women's Grand Prix, what's your take? FIDE has obviously increased the number of events. We have more spots, more tournaments, bigger prize fund. Where do you think the women's chess is going?
Yeah, Grand Prix. This series is getting really much better than it used to be. So yeah, I'm hoping it will move more and more. Yeah, of course it's nice to play it here. Yeah.
And finally, how long will it take you to relax now after such a wild game?
Not much. What I want, to just analyze the game, and then I'll be calm, just to analyze like every move, and just okay. And then I'll be fine. Maybe food, yeah, also helps, or maybe spa. I'm still in time, I guess, to go to spa.
We have our first winner in the round, and that's Vaishali Rameshbabu. You just defeated your opponent, Nurgyul Salimova, in a game which you were playing white pieces. Congratulations on your victory. How do you feel?
Thank you. It's nice to start with a win. I don't really know where black went wrong. I thought from the opening, I was having pleasant position.
Well, it looked, from the computer's perspective, it looked that the game was even, but clearly as it progressed, you had more initiative. What was interesting, that obviously in time trouble, in the end, black's position faltered. So does it seem that the experience in this case prevailed, because obviously you're more experienced than your opponent?
Yeah, I don't really know, but in the time trouble, I think she played this rook b5, rook b8, probably somewhere there. I think she collapsed, because I got f4, king f2, king e3 very fast, and b3 pawn was lost. But I don't really know what exactly black has to play, because I felt it was already getting a bit difficult. Maybe she should play bishop b5, bishop c4, trying to hold the b3 pawn.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a lot of analysis afterwards, but in general, what is the approach, how to play when you're under time pressure? Is there a principle how to think, how to decide on moves different than what you would do normally?
Yeah, I also struggle a lot. One thing is not to blunder and try to get to move 40 as fast as possible, if you're in time trouble. And you just keep playing moves, and you don't have much time to think. Basically, you just keep playing moves, not blundering, and that's more than you can do.
Well, you definitely didn't do that today, and you started with a victory. How will this impact the way you approach other games in this tournament? Because obviously you're on 85 points in the overall standings. So how are you approaching this event?
Yeah, like okay, my result here will not impact the overall Grand Prix standings. So I'm just here to enjoy playing the games. Yeah, I'll take one game at a time, and I'll try to enjoy as much as I can.
And when it comes to enjoyment, we're playing in an unusual setting for chess. We're playing in a small castle in a remote area. Effectively, we're in a very remote park. And you're in this glass house where you can see in the outside, it looks like as if you're playing in a park. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's a very interesting atmosphere. I've never played in such a playing venue. I went for a walk today morning, and it's a nice place. Yeah, it's different. I hope I'll enjoy playing here.
But do you prefer these settings, or are you more for a traditional setting where you're kind of in a closed hotel or something like that?
It doesn't really matter.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game's afoot. Think you have what it takes? Assemble your team and register now to be part of this chess story that will become chess history.
Welcome back to the final part of the first round. There are still 2 games left, and both seem to be a draw, but you never know. So let's have a look at the Chinese game. So Felix, what are you thinking? I think that White did a good job, and I still have no idea how Black wants to win this position.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult. I would not call it a draw just yet, since, well, Black is an exchange up. White does have a pawn for it and some sort of chances for setting up a fortress, but, well, Black is going to try everything to break through, since, well, White's king is also quite weak, I would say, in general. So if Black can somehow get a hold of the dark squares, it can become quite dangerous sometimes. But so the last position we saw was around h3, I think. It was g6, bishop c4. She gave a check, king f2, which I guess is a bit surprising, right?
It was also surprising for me, but maybe she didn't want to go into the pin.
Yeah, that's...
But I'm not sure if g5 is actually a threat.
It could be one idea. And if
Queen
queen f5,
f5.
then maybe rook f1.
Okay.
Because g3 is not really a move which
No.
which White wants to make, and otherwise it doesn't seem so easy to, or doesn't seem possible actually to defend the pawn on f4. So therefore she played king f2, king g7, queen b2, and now rook a7. And this is where we are. Queen e2 on the board.
Yeah, for me, the black king also doesn't look that safe. I mean, I won't give a checkmate with white, but also f6 is weak, and 7th rank always has to be protected.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And in the right moment, I will go for rook e6 as soon as my f4 pawn is protected.
Yeah,
So maybe this is an idea to play queen e3 and then rook e6 or something like this.
queen e3 is one idea. She went for
Protecting.
rook
this good
d7,
idea.
protecting the 7th rank. But on the other hand, it
And what about the... Okay, first we need to protect the
Yeah,
pawn, but
protect
later
f4, like-
rook e8.
yeah, I'm guessing the idea
so
might
you
be
want
just
to play a rook e7, yeah.
to exchange it, because the rook on e4 is such a good piece, holding everything together.
Yeah, and it's always annoying, all these white threads. Yeah.
Yeah, and after that, okay, it continues. So, not entirely sure.
I still believe in a draw.
Yeah, it could very well be, but it could also be that black wins. If you
Yeah.
would have to give it like a percentage chance, what is like the percentage that black wins, that
Percentage.
it's a draw, and that white wins? Yeah.
Okay, maybe 60? No, 60 is too much.
60% draw.
Yeah. But I think it's too much, right?
Well, it's up to you to decide. I will tell my own opinion after you.
You say 30% draw.
I'm still thinking. So-
Okay, I go for 60% draw.
And winning chances for white 0%.
Yes,
Because I
Okay.
always give the
5 maybe. You never know.
white. I would give like 2% winning chance.
Mm.
And well, I would say like a draw. I don't know. I would say that black has 50% chance of winning. Something like that.
Okay, that's a lot.
Maybe a bit more. Maybe 60. And
Yeah,
as we can see, rook e7.
yeah. Exchanging one rook makes
Is
it
on
more
the board.
dangerous. That's true.
Yeah, white went for h4.
Oh, h4. Nice. Counter attack.
I'm not sure if she's planning an attack or if it's just trying to avoid g5 in some cases. Also, it makes sense in general to place the pawns on the opposite color of your bishop. So rook e7 is played, and well, another question is also if you want to take with the pawn actually, or if you would prefer to take with the queen.
Somehow, I like this construction with the pawn on d3.
Yeah,
So I would take with the queen.
I agree. Because also, if you have the queen or the rook here, you're defending the d4 square. Like, let's just say here, I don't know if g3 would be one idea. But after takes, there would be queen d4, and all of a sudden the bishop is loose and the third rank opens up.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, after queen e4, everything is well protected.
Yes.
And the queen is also quite
like
active.
Okay, but time is short. We
Yeah,
so only having 1 minute
wow, I
left.
just realized it now.
Yeah.
So perhaps we can briefly
Yeah.
check out
Oh,
if
f3.
anything has changed here. f3 is on the board, and I think this is going to be a draw.
Okay. So
Any
what happened
seconds?
after rook h3?
And let's go a
Rook
couple moves
e8,
back.
Okay. Black tried the best. Okay.
And yeah, here
And
f3.
f3.
I'm not sure if. I mean, it's hard to find another plan, of course. Because if. Well, there are many things. Even f3 is probably a draw here. These sorts of endgames.
Yeah.
If you have checks from behind in time, it's a draw. So yeah, she went for this, and no f3, so Anna is not even in time to get f4, because now with e3 I guess that white is going to play f4, and then rook e5 is going to come in the next move.
Okay, yeah, now it's really easy. But can we move back to king g4 instead? The variation you showed. Yeah, I know that this is draw, but it's not so easy with the double pawn. So is there another way also?
Why is it not so easy?
Yeah, because the f5 can protect from the checks behind.
Yeah, but whenever you go to g3 or e3, I'm gonna check from behind, and like the funny thing is, I even had this on the last Bundesliga weekend.
Really?
Yeah, exactly this endgame on the defending side.
With white, yeah?
On the defending side, yeah. Yeah. And I don't think there's really a way to make any progress. Because whenever, yeah, I'm just gonna give check, and if king f4, I'm just gonna wait. And
Yes, I need my rook.
yeah, so I don't really think there's.
I want to try something, but I don't see anything.
Yeah, I mean, you can try rook g2, but I'm not gonna take.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna move. But yeah, also f3 I guess is just the simplest. But you can even wait like king f1.
Or
And
giving a check on
if now
g3.
f4, now f3 should be more of a clear draw.
Okay, yeah, this is
Because,
completely clear. Yeah.
On the other hand, now maybe king g3 is not so clear. Takes an f3, it's not.
Oh,
Might be lost after all. So
but I could also give a check on g3 with the rook instead of king f1.
of course, yeah,
And
rook
then
g3
it's
as
like
well. Yeah,
repetition, right?
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
you
Yeah,
can
this
move
is-
to the h file, but then I would just wait on the g.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, and the king is cut off. Yeah. But this is on the board, and this is going to be quite an easy draw. King f1, and white is just going to continue waiting. So let's see what happened here. Actually, exactly what we were discussing. g3, rook e4, and queen e4.
Mhm. Yeah, and how do you want to get into my white position?
Difficult. Because also I cannot fully try to attack you, because white has also many attacking possibilities. Like if you try queen c5, I guess you just go to h3, or maybe to f3. I would say the king is probably safer on h3. What has been played? King h6.
King h6.
Okay, so she's just moving out of any. Yeah, the only thing which is, of course, a bit worrying for white is the time situation.
Oh yes. What about queen e3 now? Are you going to play f5?
Well, now I'm gonna give it. I cannot give a check
You
on a2,
can't
of
give
course.
a
Yeah.
check, and I'm threatening maybe f5. I don't know. Is it a good idea to exchange this f5 pawn? I don't think so, right?
Well, in general, exchanging pawns is probably a good thing.
Yeah, but then here black just becomes an f pawn, like, and maybe he can attack with f5 later.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to say. But I wouldn't say that it's necessarily a bad thing. But here I would probably just go for rook e7. And then, I mean, you don't want to go to d2, so this would probably be not so great, because now I'm sort of entering. If queen f3, I'm going to give check, maybe rook e3 then. But yeah, even this is not really leading anywhere, because there's just queen a8.
Yeah.
But yeah, what did they do? King g2, I like that a lot, just bringing the king to safety. And what can black try? You have to enter somehow with your heavy pieces. But if rook e7, then there are a couple of moves, I guess.
And with FIDE, do you want to exchange queens?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned it because I was just thinking about it, about this endgame.
And you think it's a good idea?
I think I have no idea.
I was
Because
not sure.
usually what is black's winning plan, like if this pawn was not on d3, is to bring the king around, play h5, and try to run in with the king. Like usually white can anyway not do anything much. So he will just fix everything and then try to run in with the king. And here I'm curious if with the d pawn, how is it looking? So if king here, if king d2, then king d4, and then rook
Yeah.
e3. So king has to stay
Yes.
here. Is this king coming in? I think it's very close. That's a very interesting endgame. I don't know how black is exactly making fortress. Like usually if this pawn was not here, this is one of the big theoretical endgames. Like if usually you get a position like this. And in general what black's winning plan is to at some point to push g5. And then it's winning.
And why?
It's also quite difficult. But let me see how the exact position was. I think it was something like this. And where was the rook best placed? Huh. And at some point you were pushing g5, and if hd5, h4, this is sort of the winning idea. But it's in practice it's always quite difficult. Like I would never be entirely sure if I would able.
But why is it winning?
At some point you were able to win the pawn on f4, but now I'm just not entirely sure how to get it. And maybe something like this would be an idea here. Maybe I can put you in Zugzwang like this.
Okay, and just king f3.
Yeah, then what was my idea? I mean, you usually want to bring the rook away from the diagonal.
Okay, c6.
Like this, yeah.
e8.
And then you're at some point gonna come back, and then the bishop is not covering this diagonal, and then you're gonna push g5. So something like this, yeah. And then this whole g5 plan works, yeah.
Okay, yeah, show me.
At least theoretically.
Okay, I still don't get it. Can't I take on h5 after g5?
Well, what are you gonna play now? Like waiting move like bishop f7?
Yes.
Yeah, now, well, now I would even have king e4 right away, but yeah, now I have king e4 and I'm entering.
Okay, I'm king g2. Bishop, waiting.
Difficult, difficult, difficult.
And what about king e3 now?
Yeah.
Bishop f7 and check.
And king h3,
Yes,
king f2.
king f2.
Yeah.
And now
And
it's winning, right?
Still not. Ah, there's king g1 now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually,
this-
I have seen this endgame in some league, and
Yeah?
I thought it's draw, but in the end, also the player with the rook won, and it was something like that you just showed.
Yeah, it's either this plan to bring the bishop away from the diagonal, or also in some cases to push. Well, actually, in fact, this plan with g5 was if black manages to somehow get the king to g1. I think here the winning plan was to get g5 in some cases. Like if white just stays on this diagonal, I think that was the winning plan.
Okay, and if I take?
Then h4. This is...
And this is winning.
Well, if you get those 2 pawns, it's winning, and I think in most cases you're going to get them.
g6.
I don't know about this exact line, but maybe black can prepare it better. I was just trying to point out the idea in general.
Okay.
But let's get back here. They did not exchange queens. So we did not fully answer the question if the endgame without queens is a draw. This is...
Yeah, we just know without the d3 pawn, it's actually lost.
But even that is quite hard, yeah?
Yeah.
So my guess would be with the d3 pawn, it would be even harder to win.
But why? Is it because in the right moment you can play d4? As soon as your king moves to d2 or something like this?
Yeah, I thought that once you play d4, the pawn is probably going to get lost at some point.
But then you can just get closer with your king and rook, right? Or is it not possible?
Yeah, probably. The question is then if there's a breakthrough, yeah? Like if you stay
true.
at f2 and f3, but it's not easy to...
Good question.
So yeah, they're both already playing on seconds. Let me just see if the Georgian game is... yeah, okay, this will... And then I draw any second.
Yeah, can we just go back to f4? No, just
in the Georgian game?
Yeah, just to see or to show for our spectators.
Ah, yeah, sure, yeah. So, well, the rook is staying on the third rank. Of course, if there's a check, there's a check. And yeah, this is the, what is it called? Philidor position.
Yeah, everything is Philidor in rook and game.
And rook c8. This is the final
move. And then the
move.
checks from behind.
Just trying to get the checks from
Yeah,
behind.
so we saw the defense on the third rank, and then as soon as the pawn moves forward, then we have the checks from behind, and then it's easy drawn.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, good defense by Lela. In between, it looked really well for Nana.
For sure, yeah.
But both players played a very strong game, I would say.
Yeah, it was quite interesting how in the end it fizzled out towards a draw, even though it looked promising at some point. And now we're left with one final game, which is still everything but clear, but at the same time quite exciting because both players are pretty low on time. And it's funny that one of the 3 encounters where 2 players of the same country are playing against each other is such a big fight, huh?
Yeah, there is no draw with friends.
Yeah.
Only with relatives.
Looks like it, huh? So rook e1 is on the board. Doesn't seem like black has a clear plan, but just trying to make white find some moves that don't blunder, yeah, which is surprisingly hard in these cases.
Yeah, it's really not easy.
Well, also, if you're not careful, I'm not sure if queen f8 is actually such a big threat, because sometimes the king can just go to h5.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. So, can black actually go for a queen d4 somewhere?
I think that's the threat, yeah? Do you see what they... king h3, which is smart, because
now we have queen f8, king h5, and g4.
Yeah. Queen is 7 on the board. just see also a lot of shuffling around since both players are on seconds.
Mm. Well,
Bishop d5.
bishop d5.
Well, actually a nice move, because with queen e7, maybe black was threatening queen e2.
Oh yeah. Oh
Because
yeah.
then after queen f8 check, king h5, g5, g4 doesn't work.
Mm.
And rook h1 is a big threat.
Mm-hmm.
So rook d1 on the board. Again, the same idea of bishop c4. There's probably going to be
Mm-hmm.
queen e2, and the pressure is on, yeah?
Yeah.
Now with 30 seconds, I would not like to be in Zhu's
No,
shoes.
really. I would rather exchange the queens.
Yeah. I think white would like to exchange queens, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah, bishop
after
e4.
all, yeah.
After all, yeah. Bishop e4, good defensive move. So after all, she will probably bring the bishop to this diagonal, because at least it's gonna secure the king.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it means giving up the pawn on d3, I guess.
So f5 is not a good idea here.
Well, I would say it's quite a logical move, because you're gonna pick up the pawn, and at some point maybe you're gonna be able to exchange.
The queens, and then we have a one end game.
Exactly, yeah. And also if the bishop moves now, I'm just gonna take, and I'm gonna go queen a3 next, and you don't have any checks. And then your queen has to go back to
Ooh.
be passive. I think so, at least. So f5 is on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now it's gonna be... Oh, queen c2, wow.
Okay.
Another move which we did not see, but at the same time the queen is now getting...
A little bit more passive, yeah.
Yeah, it's not... you don't have the queen f8 idea anymore. But yeah, for the moment the pawn on d3 is going to be secured. Where did the rook go? To c1?
E1.
e1, oh. Guess the bishop has to retreat now.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we go? Queen c3. I was thinking about queen d2 as well, but I thought this gives black some extra options as well, which are probably not good. I was thinking I could take and go queen d7, but yeah, probably this endgame is not really a success for black.
Oh yeah.
So queen c3. So she's gonna move with the rook again. Maybe this time on to g1.
Okay.
So are they going to continue the game with something like king h2 or?
Maybe then queen a7.
Yeah,
But
that's unpleasant. King h2, queen a7.
Yeah. Bishop g2.
And queen f2, queen c6 is still there.
Yes, it's holding, I think.
Yeah, the rook on g1 is not so perfect. It would probably rather be on the third rank. Somehow seems like the pawn on g3 is kind of the target which white wants to play against. So in case of king h2, it's still not so obvious. But it was not played. Queen d4.
Queen d4, yeah. Okay.
And she replied rook.
Can't you follow the rook all the time?
Well, the worst thing that could happen is that the rook has just will just go back, like to the 8th rank or somewhere.
Ah, now she moved
now
with
bishop
the
f3.
Okay.
Maybe now the rook is finally going to the e file.
I think so too. Oh, no. Rook
to
d2.
d2. Liked it a lot, yeah. Trying to get some threats on h2 and now, like if somehow the queen appears on a2 or c2. It is so hard to defend for white.
Yes.
It's already highly impressive how she has managed to stay alive for so long.
I think I would have lost already. Maybe 10 times already. Yeah. It's impressive.
Also look at her focus, it's just unbelievable. One of the most promising young female players for sure.
Yes, and she is very young, one of the youngest here at the tournament.
Yeah, well, you're flattering me because I think she's my age, so I'm still counting as very young. That's
Yes, you're still counting as very young.
That's nice to hear.
Here comes the queen.
Was it queen e1?
Yes, it looks like queen e1. Okay, at least. No. Or is it threatening? Ah, okay. It's threatening queen f1 and taking on d3.
Yeah, that would be one idea. Queen a8, yeah, that's a smart move. Keeping control of the diagonal, and at the same time.
With queen f8.
Exactly. I'm wondering though if you can go queen f1, bishop g2, and then queen f2.
Yeah.
And if queen f8, then king h5.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's also not a nice situation for black. Yeah, she went back queen e7. Because, well, black is also on seconds, and if you then run out with the king and end up checkmated, it's also not such a
embarrassing,
nice experience. Yeah. Just to put it on the board, I thought that queen f1, queen f2 could be one idea. And if queen f8, maybe h5. And it seems like the bishop can never really move, but at the same time, maybe. Oh, once again, the mouse. So yeah, she went back.
Yeah, but can we continue with your variation?
Yeah, sure.
Couldn't she take the d3 pawn afterwards?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was the whole point. So it was this position. Yeah, queen f1, bishop g2, and now taking on d3 would be possible because now f3 is protected and g3 is actually not defendable.
Exactly.
anymore.
So what should white do instead?
Yeah, this would maybe it would have been a nice chance, but it's completely understandable that black doesn't want to go there. I mean, there are still some ideas here, like, for example, queen d8. Ah, the queen cannot move there, but maybe queen d5.
Just protecting.
And my idea was to get this. I don't see what white can do about it.
Pooh.
Because rook e3 is gonna come and yeah.
For me, this looks lost.
Yeah. I also don't see.
But there must be something else. I don't think that this was just winning right now.
Well, I think it would have been at least a good chance. So going here and queen f2 we said, oh. Okay. Well, of course there is also check, and after king h5, it's not so clear.
What? I just want to take your d pawn.
Yeah, and this is hanging at the moment,
Yes.
which is not something I like. Yeah, I don't see it. I think this would have been
I have no idea how
Would
to
have been-
defend this one.
a nice chance. But in the game, now that the h pawns have been exchanged, so she went back queen e7 at this moment,
Mm-hmm.
h5, king g7. So taking was probably just bad because of positional reasons.
Yeah.
You can even give check and then take on h5 maybe.
Yeah.
So repeating.
Check. Isn't
happened
it
now?
already? Oh no, the queen g7 still. Okay.
Oh, but now the thing
Not
is,
perpetual.
I think now this could actually be a draw. I mean, the way she played is probably also perfectly fine.
This is draw compared to the other one.
Well, because in the other one there were still h pawns on the board.
Oh yeah.
And now if you bring the king, you can push g5, but
not enough.
I don't think it matters. I think this position is a draw. Also, if except for the f pawns, it would be h pawns. This one is a draw for sure, but I also think that this one would be.
Makes
don't
sense.
think
Now you
it's-
don't have this g5, so I just stay with my bishop on this
On
long
this
diagonal,
yeah, and with the
then-
king on g1 or,
Yeah.
or g2. Yeah. So, but she keeps queens on the board, and even this king is yeah.
So it seems black missed the chance.
Well, according to our analysis, which I'm not sure how
I think
reliable it
that
is.
we missed something.
So it was here, right?
Yes.
Queen f1,
we have
bishop
check.
g2,
Has to be played.
and queen f2.
Okay. Can we play h5 again?
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
But king can take, right?
Also, what about rook d3? The king I don't think can take, because then there's bishop f3 and queen f8.
Oh yeah, the bishop is not pinned. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, but I think rook d3 is just ending the game. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't see how to defend that. And yeah, otherwise queen f8, king h5, and again, I don't really. Queen a8 and rook d3. And I think they just went into the endgame.
Which
Because
one?
in the game, she took on g7 because I think
yeah.
that now she realized that.
But now it's even better. Because now the bishop can protect the pawn.
Yeah, but I don't even think you want to stay here, because then you're not on this long diagonal.
Okay.
I think you would be happy to give up the pawn if in return the king can go back, because, well, if the king is on h3, it doesn't cover the f2 square. It's probably still a draw, but okay, I would be thinking of playing something ridiculous like bishop g2 just to get king h2, king g1, because then it's a draw for sure. But yeah.
Crazy game. I'm still wondering if black could have won here.
This, as we said, looked like a good chance. And I don't see.
What can we miss? Do you think that she was thinking after queen f3 that this endgame is just draw?
No. Zhongyi for sure knows that.
Okay.
Or you mean if Zhu was thinking about it? I think that
Both? I don't know.
both players for sure know about that.
Okay.
This is. I would be very shocked. think that all of the participants here know about this endgame. With such strong players.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's funny that she actually went for for my
For
plan.
your idea.
Okay, you know that the position with king on g1 is a draw, so you just go back.
Yeah. This I also know.
Yeah.
Just with the h pawns, I didn't know that black could win.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly for that reason, since what we spoke before, that there is g5.
Yeah, because I thought if I stay with my bishop on the long diagonal, then it's draw. But yeah, this g5 idea is interesting.
Yeah, it's quite nice. And I wonder if they're gonna play on for much longer, or
Maybe.
like black could even get rook against bishop without any more pawns. And
Okay, but then they will immediately make a draw.
you think so?
Yes. This is really boring.
There's always room for a mistake.
Yeah. Have to choose the right corner and then it's fine.
So finally black took on d3, but does not really matter if this pawn is there or not.
Yeah. But it's really cool that today we had two typical endgames, like the one with the rook endgame with 4 against 3,
Yeah,
and then here also with the bishop against rook.
especially this one I think is quite instructive.
Yeah.
So also if we go back to the moment, I think that Zhu made a very good decision by playing h5 herself. Because first of all, the king is, well, white's king is going to be a bit weaker, but also black's king is going to be weaker. And all these endgames, I think she immediately understood that once she exchanges those pawns, she can comfortably go into the endgame.
Yeah, that's true. But why didn't she immediately go into this endgame? Like here, take and check? No, it's fine.
Well, she did so with the... Yeah, you mean here, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that either. But...
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I mean, probably black didn't have anything better anyway,
Okay,
because
yeah.
she's so paralyzed
True.
here. Cannot move the queen anywhere else. And I was now thinking if g5 is a possible winning try, but it's only a losing try because of queen f6. I'm still curious about what we discussed earlier, if that was actually a good winning opportunity, but...
I mean, we can cheat a little bit. With
Yeah, that's
Stockfish.
actually not a bad idea. We can go there and turn on the engine. So that was the moment here. It seems like we were actually right. So queen f1 was probably leading to a winning advantage. Bishop g2
But
and
only +2 for black, so...
yeah, but the computer wants to go to the end game, which
this one, yeah.
we now know is well, the only question is if white is in time to get h5, but probably not. Like,
And now?
yeah, I was wondering about this. That's a bit strange. Why is this endgame winning here?
The king.
Because of some early g5, I guess, yeah?
G5, okay. Take. What
Like,
happens?
I'm just curious why it's showing that it's winning here. Because isn't that something we can also reach in the game?
Yeah, I think this Stockfish is just not using database. This can't be one. What?
This would also be quite new to me, that this is winning.
Why should this win?
So here, rook f2, king g1. Hang on, is this actually with rook g6 ideas?
Whoa.
Okay, that's again something something new. So
Something
is this
you also
actually?
didn't know.
So this is in fact winning, yeah?
This game.
Okay,
They
that's completely shocking to me, huh?
Whoa.
So that's also why now we know that with pawns on the h file, it's a draw, because then in the end black will have only the h pawn left after g5 comes.
Whoa, this is crazy.
So I'm really curious if Zhongyi knew that this endgame is winning, and this is just an educational gap in the commentating team, or if she just now found a win like this. Because it seemed like Zhu was quite confident going into this endgame.
Yes, I also believed it's draw.
Yeah. So that's amazing.
And keeping the pawn didn't help,
Yeah.
like here.
So it
Yeah.
seems like maybe the queen exchange was in fact the decisive error. Maybe she had to keep queens on the board, but it
Sure,
doesn't.
but this is...
Because otherwise king h7 and queen h6 is gonna
Yeah.
come. That's not easy at all. Maybe some way to push g4 earlier. I don't know if that was an option here, perhaps. No. That doesn't look quite convincing. Maybe, but that could probably be a draw. Let me check if g4 was an option here, but rook d3 also. King is sort of cut off. Looks quite close. But maybe white had to play for some g4.
Okay,
pretty
but
soon.
says that this is still draw.
Yeah, g4 apparently is a draw still, but it's not a clear draw. Because the king is just cut off and it doesn't really come back. But I would guess that...
Bishop f3.
Wow,
Stalemate.
that's amazing.
Only move.
That's really cool. That's actually amazing. Because if the bishop goes here, then I guess in the end there was going to be g5. Bishop f3 is fantastic. Love that. So the point is if black takes, then white's going to play g5, check, the king has to move, and then it's going to be stalemate. That's amazing. So if bishop f3, then the king is going to go back, and it's apparently in the
And
realm
then we
of...
just keep the pawns on f4 and g4?
Yeah, because you don't want the king to take on f5, I think. But if black takes, then you take with the king, and then it should be quite a simple draw.
So, but what happened in the game?
Yeah, I'm curious when it started to actually go wrong, because it seems like this plan with staying with the king on g1 is simply not the right approach.
Okay. And what else? Okay, let's try bishop c6, just waiting. And have a look, take yes.
And I guess just...
Now king g2.
you still cannot continue waiting, that's... Well, g5 is probably a threat, because g5, fg, and then maybe f4 is one idea. So the king has to be on g2 in general, but sort of active like this. So now king g2. But this is going to lead us sort of back to the game, right? So this was...
And what if we... Yeah, okay.
I wonder
True.
where the decisive mistake later on was.
Here, wait.
So going to the first rank is the mistake, yeah? Now we understand that. If the king stays on f2 or f3, then it's a draw. So bishop f3, and now the king is cut off.
Oh,
So not letting the king into e3 seems like the big thing, because now this plan is what she found that I guessed
Okay.
that, can she play g5 right away? This is the current position, right?
Yes.
g5 does look pretty strong. So if white takes, then this just seems to win.
Mm.
She did not go for g5. But I don't see why. g5 takes, and then king f3 maybe. Still maybe after. Yeah, this should be winning.
How? King h4.
King h4, rook g4. King
And then
h5,
king
king
h5.
e4. No, and I'm gonna win g3 on the next move.
Okay. What else?
I don't know if we missed anything after g5, but she went for rook e7, and I guess she wants to get a better version somehow, and now she actually managed because, well, g5 is gonna come and f5 is not even gonna be attacked anymore. So that was an even more better technical way of doing it. I'm just curious if g5 was in fact winning, or if we missed something once again. I don't see what was the problem here. g5 is also winning.
Okay.
So at least we managed to see something correctly. Well, this endgame is quite interesting to know. Huh? So letting in the king to e3 seems like the fatal mistake here. Otherwise, like if we go back once again. So here bishop f3 is the big blunder, and it seems like the king has to stay here, for example, king f3.
Yeah.
And king d3, king f3, king f2, and just stay here with the king. And I guess it's also quite important not to let in the king to e1. That would be my guess. But now you could wait with bishop d5, for example. They're quite instructive.
Oh yeah.
So this is the live position. And if I would be Zhu, I would probably not even know what I did wrong here. Because it just seems like this setup is an unbreakable fortress, but then all of a sudden this plan with putting the rook to g7 and pushing g5 works.
Yeah.
Which is just such a
surprising for us.
just a shock, yeah. Now after rook g7, it seems like Zhu is realizing what went wrong. So she went for bishop d5, and g5 is on the board.
Actually, I also once had some kind of this position, but even with the h pawns, and I also lost with the bishop. So it's really not easy. There are so many little things you have to know, like even here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the magic of endgames. So many small details, and they can decide for a full point. So now black's big threat is to go f4.
Is there a chance to play bishop f3?
Well, if bishop f3, I'm guessing that f4 is anyway gonna come.
g4? I can't
And,
hold it, I guess. Yeah.
It's gonna go with the rook to the second rank, and white is not gonna be able to defend. So she went for king h3, which still stops f4 for the moment, but allows king f2. So it's on the board. King f2 was played. And
I think she's thinking about resigning.
it's not clear what white can still try here. Black is just gonna take on g3 next with check, and then gonna promote the pawn. That's heartbreaking for Zhu, since
Yeah.
she is now resigning. Can clearly see how disappointed she is,
Yes.
because she was putting up such a good resistance for a long time, and especially considering the fact that she sort of made a big blunder, at least it seemed to us like that earlier. Can actually go back to the
Yes,
moment
with
briefly.
96.
Yeah, exactly. So it was, wow, the game lasted for
Such a long game.
quite a few moves. So, yeah, the moment was around here. When she went for 96. I mean, the position is probably quite unclear. We did not check it with the computer, but it seemed at least that it should be around balanced. And with 96, what it seemed like she missed was that after e takes d6, queen takes d6, rook b5 doesn't work, because black can take on e4 and the rook on b8 is protected. That is sort of our theory for what happened. So then she came up with the idea of rook b5 and gave the exchange, and then put up such a great resistance, and in fact was able to almost secure the draw, but this endgame turned out to be surprisingly tricky. And she had to place her king to f3 here, which was, even for us who are comfortably sitting here, far from obvious. We thought that the way she played is also a draw, but then Tan was able to find this plan, bringing rook to g7 and then pushing g5, and all of a sudden it was lost. So yeah, that was the first day. We have 3 decisive results.
Yeah.
And what games, yeah? It was so many twists and turns, but Badelka winning out of a completely crazy turnaround. Vaishali, I think, won quite a
Beautiful game.
beautiful game, yeah. And yeah, Zhongyi, after such a long fight, was able to get the full point. So, Veronica, do you have any closing words for the day today?
Yes. I still think that Anna Muzychuk will win this leg. What do you think? I don't think she will win the Grand Prix, but I think that she will win here.
So that she's gonna place first in this event.
Yeah,
so here
but
in
not
the tournament.
like the only one.
Okay.
So then the points would be shared, and then she also wouldn't win. But I think that she will make it to the women's candidates tournament.
Well, it's hard for me to say, since today I didn't really see a lot of her chess, because the game was quite short. I honestly have to say that I was very much impressed by Vaishali's game, specifically today, because she just won without having to do so much. I would say she just made very nice moves, very natural moves, and just slowly outplayed Salimova in a very nice way. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of her games, but also, of course, the rest of the other games.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the broadcast for round number 1 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Austria. Thank you for everyone for watching, and I hope you have a nice rest of the evening.
And see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the most prestigious women's chess tournament, FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. The final leg of competition is taking place in beautiful Austria. Watch daily video broadcast and see how the best female chess players in the world conquer chess peaks in the Austrian mountains. Two top finishers of the series will play in the candidates tournament. Join us every day from May 6th to May 15th on the FIDE YouTube channel.